that watched the Total Bases show regularly that we did one time during the season hit 3 parlays in a week. So this is our chance to top it. If you're new here, by the end of the show, we do a parlay that we put together, and we've hit 3 of the 4 so far since the inception of the show on Monday. So we're very excited about that. Very good. Almost like don't know if we'll top it the rest of the year, but we're very excited about that. And we are trying to go 4 for 5 on 3-teamers this week, which would truly be an accomplishment. So stay with us for the next hour. If you've got a game you want to talk about, jump in the comments and let us know. But we're not going to waste any more time. There's a million games, and we've got to start things off in Chapel Hill. I loved it. I'm fine with the made-for-TV stuff. I'm fine with these like games being played in Vegas, but like this is what I'm talking about. Give me Kansas, North Carolina at the Dean Dome, a true home game for North Carolina, and be clear marquee game of the night. So we'll welcome in Rob Vino. Kick us off. Kansas-UNC. How are you seeing this one?
Yeah, I'm having a problem with the headset here, guys. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Is it bad?
We can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, the first thing that, of course, they both have a game under their belt. Let's start with that. They almost won by identical scores. Kansas beats Green Bay 94-51. UNC beat Central Arkansas 94-54. They gave up 3 more points. You go through these teams, guys, the first thing I found was there's a significant age gap in these teams. KU, top 7 in their rotation the other night, featured 3 freshmen, 5 underclassmen. It's not necessarily a veteran ball club here. UNC, on the other hand, their top 7, they have 1 freshman out there with 5 upperclassmen. Now, the 2 freshmen that are going to be in this game for each side are pretty highly touted. For KU, Darren Peterson actually scored 21 in his first game. He's widely projected to be a lottery pick. Some list him as top 3 high school recruit in the country, but he proved it opening night for KU. 7 of 11 shooting, 21 points, went to the free throw line 4 times, made all 4. For UNC, Caleb Wilson is their 5-star recruit. 6'9" guy, played pretty well opening day as well. But when I look at this roster construction again, Kansas didn't do well in the portal by major conference team standards, especially by Kansas standards. I think I saw a ranking of 43 in the portal rankings. And again, Peterson's great, but they only hit on 1 recruit really where 5 stars are concerned. The backcourt here looks pretty solid. Adam, guy you're probably really familiar with, Melvin Council, St. Bonnie kid, walks in, plays the most minutes of anybody on the team in that opener. So the minutes were pretty well dispersed. Let me just lay that out first for folks watching. Both of these teams went fairly deep, a lot of double-digit minutes, little experimentation going on. Trey White is here, comes over from Illinois. They return Elmarco Jackson. He's a former 5-star. The backcourt to me for Kansas looks like it can be okay. I'm not all that concerned, but it's the front court where you basically have Bedunga, who played well, 23 points, 9 of 11 from the field first game. But other than that, there's not a lot of front court talent here at Kansas, size or talent. They did bring in Paul Mbaya, who, quoting Bill Self here now, got him late in the summer. Bill Self says, immediate impact player. Well, immediate impact player was like the 10th man off the bench for 8 minutes in Monday's game. That's not an immediate impact player. So I worry a little bit about Kansas across the front. For UNC, we've talked all week, guys, about cohesion, these teams losing players. UNC loses 8 of their top 9 scorers. Only Seth Trimble's back. However, Henry Vassar for Arizona walks in 7'7". Hubert Davis, he had mentioned in an article that I read, his main goal was to get bigger. UNC, I think we all watched them enough last year. They were too small, and they wanted to get bigger. Vassar comes in right away, 14 and 10, double-double in his opening game. That's going to help. They go to Alabama to get a stretch forward, Jaron Stevenson, double-digit minutes each of the last 2 years. So they're picking up these veteran guys, but the most important was probably Kyan Evans. I think everybody remembers the Colorado State amazing run in the NCAA tournament last year. And Evans was the leader at point guard of that team, not the top player, but the leader at point. So hopefully that settles some things down for North Carolina. Again, I would just preface it all by saying how quickly can they gel? I don't know how much you guys want to put into these 40-point or, huge wins by each side on Monday night. I'm going to say this. The game's going to be played at a rapid pace. UNC, it was a 75-possession game. KU, the possessions were only down because they scored every time they had the ball. When you shoot 72% from two-point range, not going to be a lot of possessions. So it's going to be played at kind of a track pace. The total has been bumped 6.5 points, 152.5, all the way to 159. I worry about Kansas being led by so many freshmen in Chapel Hill here. Can they get it done in that environment? That's going to be a question mark for me. So even though North Carolina might not be fully cohesive yet, 1.5 points, I'm going to lean towards that side to win by a bucket. And I guess if I had to, Adam, I think you stated yesterday, some of these totals have gone way, way, way like fishing line and just running, and yet they still get there, including one of our parlays last night, one piece of our parlay last night. So I would probably try a little bit of over, but I think UNC is where I'd lean a little stronger.
Yeah, I would concur. And, it's tough. You peel open the box scores from the respective first games, right? Okay, number one, Kansas dominates. I don't put a lot into that because, look, as long as Green Bay is coached by Doug Gottlieb, that's just a program that's not going to go anywhere. I'm sorry. It just is. The Trent Dilfer of college basketball is how I refer to him. Can't call him that anymore because Trent Dilfer got 86. But, you just look at the numbers. Rob mentioned Kansas going down the floor, scoring almost each and every time. Just to put some numbers to it, they shoot almost 57% from the field, almost 37% from three. They hold Green Bay below 30% shooting overall. North Carolina, it's a similar story, better than 50% overall, almost 35% from three. They hold Central Arkansas to, again, just over 30%. Put up, 1.25 points per possession, North Carolina. Again, take it with a grain of salt, given who the opponent is. I think Rob nailed the key to the handicap. We talk about it in football a lot, whether it's on the show. I do the Blitz on Thursdays, and all of us talk about it on various appearances. Whenever you have a true freshman making his first road start, that's typically a spot where people look to fade in football. And here, what do we have? A young team going on the road early in the year. I agree that I would play North Carolina as a small favorite here. For what it's worth, North Carolina, the last 5 teams, and this goes back like a long time, but, I don't know if there's going to be any motivation for, Hubert. A couple of these losses came under Hubert Davis, but North Carolina, it's been a long time since they've beaten Kansas. I mean, they've lost to them 5 straight times. That goes back to the game that got Billy Packer fired from CBS, where he exclaimed, "This game is over" in the first 3 minutes, and CBS got really mad at him. I'm sure there's somebody in the comments section that has to remember that. But yeah, I'm on the Tar Heels here as a short favorite. Kansas, there's no shame in a loss for Kansas. I don't think it'll necessarily tell us much about Kansas' big picture if they lose this game. I would expect them to lose going, cross country.
Yeah, not a ton to add to that. For me, it's like, so I'll point out a couple things. The first thing, I just want to point out the board lighting up on this game. There's a couple books that continue to go to 3.5, and then it's like instantly Kansas's bet, which makes sense at that number. So you've got a couple of the more popular books continue to push this to 3.5. Every time it gets to 3.5, some probably sharp group is hitting Kansas. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. When Rob and I were talking, it literally was 1.5 to North Carolina. Those numbers are all gone now. Yeah, and so
they're not though. That's the thing. Like some of these other. So if you get,
I see it too.
I think they're gone at most of like the legals, like the super popular shops, like the DraftKings, the FanDuels, the MGMs, the Caesars. But like some of these other like lesser known books are just still sitting at 1.5. And Kansas keeps getting hit at like 3.5 and 3. I think that's probably makes some sense. Like I think you're going to see, respected money on both sides of this game. For me, I made the number pick, but I'm with you guys in the respect that I really don't want to go. I don't want to back Kansas on the road at the Dean Dome, a whiteout. I heard it's going to be, live crowd. I don't trust this Kansas team enough to do that, and they're not deep enough either. So it's like, they have Badunga and Peterson, who both had really good games in the opener. Rob, you're 100% right. I'm a big Melvin Council guy. He was also at Wagner. He took Wagner to the NCAA tournament 2 years ago before his year at St. Bonaventure. I've always been a big fan of him. He is
a great
accustomed.
Wagner team.
Yes, 6 guys. There were 6 guys on that team, and now we know their coach didn't let him drink any water. We know that as well. But the point is with Council, he's a really good. He's always was a really good just creator, shot maker, do it all yourself type guy at Wagner, and he did a lot of that for the Bonnies. A lot tougher to do that when you step up and play teams like North Carolina or do it for a team like Kansas, and you get outside those 3, and I have concerns about their depth. So that's where I'm going to leave it. There's more to talk about tonight. I'll sort of defer to you guys on that one. I just don't have a super strong opinion.
I just want to double check something really quick. I don't think foolish. DraftKings right now still has North Carolina minus 122 on the money line, which is
that's what I'm saying.
Which is notably different because everywhere else, North Carolina, you're going to find it's minus 1. I'm looking, unless you guys see something different, minus 130, minus 140. So we're talking about how there is, people are hitting Kansas when it gets up. I don't know. Maybe it's a case of overthinking it, but minus 122 on the money line, that's not a bad deal. I would play that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's probably, I feel like this probably ends up closing in the 2.5, 3 range for North Carolina. So if you can get a UNC money line minus 120 to minus 125 and you like that side, I think that's probably a reasonable play. Duffel. No, this is much harder than total bases. Much, much harder. By week 3 of Major League Baseball, I can talk about those teams blindfolded, eyes closed, don't really need to look at anything. I could probably do the show in my sleep. This is so much more challenging. I've got, we have like, and we love that. I mean, but look at all the games on the board today to come in and make sure I have something to say with the 3 of us, like putting our efforts together to make sure we have something to say about any game that you possibly ask about is a challenge. So no, this is much tougher than the total basis show to do, but I love college basketball. We love doing it. And so get those comments in the chat. I want to go to a game. My guy Keith Bayou bets Landry and quite a few other ones. Oh, Duffel also says, can we get BP to drink some Fireball during the show? Listen, we're all on East Coast time. It is 10 a.m. Tokyo Brandon cracks that Fireball at 11 p.m. Tokyo time. So I don't think we're going to be doing any Fireball shot.
Yeah.
Brian and I might do a little, we might post ourselves doing a little drink at the Toledo game. What are those called that we're going to have? A rocket launch? Rocket launcher?
God, what was it? I looked it up. Yeah, they had some branded seltzer. Yeah, there's all these please. Again,
I think they're rocket launchers. That's what we're going to have tomorrow afternoon.
Launcher, yes, and they had their own seltzer. Yes, in the building. I'll probably try that.
Yeah, I'll probably try that as well. Looking forward to that. Keith Bayou bets Landry says Georgetown outright, my man. Good little rivalry game there. Yeah, it is nice to have this game, be a little bit more meaningful than it's been in I feel like past years, because Georgetown is starting to resemble that of a respectable basketball team. Of course, Maryland is very much back, but I'll go to Rob here real quick and we'll talk about this game. Maryland's interesting because for me, I look at this team and I love Buzz Williams. I've always been a Buzz Williams guy. So any team that he coaches, I'm always going to gravitate toward. But we have such a new roster. We have a couple of players that didn't play in the opener. So, the 2 that I wrote down was Solomon Washington and Miles Rice. I think I saw Rice will probably play. But the point is, there's a lot of moving parts right now for Maryland. Does that number seem big to either of you? I'll let Rob start.
I think the opener did, Adam, but they've gotten to the Georgetown side, right? 8.5, shoot all the way down to 5.5 now. In a simplistic form, I would say the same thing as you about Buzz Williams coming in, trying to reestablish Maryland. But on the other hand, Ed Cooley's second year there at Georgetown, I think things are much better in place for him. They gave up 70 in that first game, which you never know how serious it's being taken when you're supposed to win, but they scored 87. My first inclination here, Adam, honestly, was to try and play this game under, but then I saw Georgetown, whip out 87 points, and I'm like, well, maybe I'm on the wrong end of my analysis here. But as common as it is from what we've said about a bunch of games through 4 days this week, you would think that the Maryland issue would be trying to get everybody, Buzz Williams has a style that's kind of unique, to tell you the truth. And you just don't walk into a program. And he didn't just walk into A&M and they were A&M right off the bat. It took him a while to get it to be played his way, his guys, his everything. And I think Ed Cooley's got an edge there. And I'd also say this. To me, Georgetown's going to be the hungrier team in this game. Georgetown's trying to reestablish and some sort of national attention, even East Coast attention, but to spread nationally. They want to be known again. Where Maryland is just in, I've said these words too a couple of times this week, experimentation, evaluation process. I think for Buzz Williams, is still evaluation. He'll use Ed Cooley's defenses can be very funky for teams to go up against. I would lean Georgetown here, but I just don't like the fact that it's already down to 5.5. Guys who got it at the opener, I think, got the right price. And closing line value sometimes ends up in the garbage can, but I think it's good here.
Yeah, I would concur with what seems to be the general sentiment, not just Rob, but our chat, that Georgetown's the right side here, but I am a little concerned. We've already missed the best of the number. Maryland, an unproven entity. I understand why people would want to bet against them here. Interesting, though, because, we've talked about, we were talking about in the world of totals, how these totals have moved, and it hasn't mattered what number you've bet at, whether you bet it at 6 in the morning or 6 in the evening. You're a winner in some of these regards. I will say one thing about the Georgetown side, that something else that makes it appealing. They won the opener despite shooting 4 of 26 from 3.
Yeah.
Now, they might just be a bad 3-point shooting team. You have to be careful, but that's something I always look at. I mentioned it on yesterday's show, that 3-point variance is a big deal. To me, I generally like to back teams after a bad shooting night from 3 and like to fade them after a hot shooting night from 3. Is it that an 100% deal? No, of course not. Nothing's 100%. But if Georgetown's able to put some points on the board despite making only 4 of 26 from 3, you got to think they're going to shoot better from downtown here, and that it would be dog or pass. Again, though, maybe play it a little smaller at the current number. See if it gets bet back up. Who knows? We just talked about North Carolina, Kansas, right, Trig? That, hey, North Carolina's getting bet up, then Kansas gets hit. It comes down. So I would say monitor the line. You might be able, this might come back up a little bit and then fire. 6 would be nice. It would be nice to get a set, that 2 possessions or even 6.5.
Yeah, that's the only other thing I was going to add was that Georgetown missed a lot of shots against a Morgan State team that is probably one of the worst 10 teams in the country this year. So that's a little bit concerning, but how organized will Maryland be? Obviously, those Texas A&M teams under Buzz were great rebounding teams, but that requires organization and maybe a little bit of time. So probably one I just sort of casually watch. I don't know if I'll have a play there, but I think you guys make great points. All right, Garth, thank you very much. We very much appreciate the donation to the show. We also appreciate likes, subscribes, and you guys just simply tuning in. It was going to help us grow this show. That's our goal, to just to get as many eyes on this as possible and try to help you find winners. But we will absolutely talk about your game here. And this is actually a game that I don't think I'm going to have a play here, but this will be one that, these are two teams that I always kind of follow. I got to go out to Grand Canyon last year and get to a game. I can tell you that that's going to be a tremendous atmosphere tonight. And, for me, like this one, I came right out on the number. Just bear with me for a sec. I have notes all over the place, and I still handwrite my notes out. I'm old school like that. I can't type up notes. So, I've just got chicken scratch all over the place.
I struggle with my hand. My hand gets tired when I sign a check.
See, now that's the thing. I haven't wrote a check in a minute.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually signed a check in quite some time.
Yeah.
But I do write my notes out every day.
Mm-hmm.
And for this one, for me, it just came out right on the number. I had Grand Canyon -15. It's 14.5. Listen, Youngstown State, I know Brian will probably have a close eye on Youngstown State this year. That's a Horizon League team. I know he watches that league close.
We've been there.
I like what We have been there. That's a story for
experience.
another time.
Yes.
That is a story for another time. That was probably one of the oddest experiences I've had at any place yet. But yes, a good time right there. I like this Penguins team though. Like they've got a lot. Like they might win the Horizon this year. This is a league that's a little bit down from what it's been. And Jared Calhoun obviously leaves there. They were always going to have to like sort of reorganize. He was there for like 7 years. And of course that last Youngstown team that he had was probably the best one that they maybe ever had there, or at least in recent memory. But I think Youngstown is going to be good. Pitt, the game they played in the opener against Pitt, they ended up not covering that game. They were also a 14.5-point underdog at Pitt. And that was Pitt just pulling away right at the end of that game. I think that was a more competitive game than the final score. It was a 6-point game at half. I think Youngstown might maybe even led a little bit in the first half. So for me, what's tough here, GCU Arena is going to be popping. The Havocs, they call them, Brian, are the fans there. They're awesome. It's a cross-country trip for Grand Canyon. So I lean toward GCU winning this game by margin. Garth, your question of Grand Canyon minus 13.5, I think that's getting to the territory. If you can get a 13 or a 13.5, I think it's starting to get playable right there. I make the number 15. There wasn't enough value for me to bet it that I want, with all the other games on the board, but I slightly lean your way. So I'll say Grand Canyon is the side I'd be on there at 13.5 if you can get that number.
I don't have a ton on this one. I thought it was right on the number as well. Like my number's pretty much there, and I didn't see a ton of value or anything that really actually stuck out that made me want to bet this game. I don't know if Rob has something for the people, but this was
we'll move on to a different one. I want to
okay.
It's Swizz. Swizz says Adam's too young to know about a checkbook. I'm going to be 40 in July. A lot of people think I'm younger than that. They're the baby face, but I'll be 40 in July. So I do remember the checkbook. I just don't. I don't remember the last time I actually wrote a check. Like someone was like, "Hey, bring a check," So, Lori says Toledo, Ohio. Here, weather is terrible. Yeah, I don't know. Brian's already out in Ohio. Are you getting bad weather today or something? I mean, I just assume that the drive on I-90 once you get to like Erie, Pennsylvania, is going to be miserable regardless. So
it looked a little. The sky was getting a little dark here before I have the window blacked out, so I can't even look out there right now in here. So after I'm done, I'll double check, but it didn't look like it was going to be a great day.
Colin, I'll throw Colin says anything on UT San Antonio, SIU Edwardsville. So I know the reason he's asking is because this is a day game, and we have 2 daytime tips. I have an opinion on the other one, so I'll just throw this out, and you can feel free to just say, no, I've got nothing, because I know that these are very niche games, but I will throw out Columbia, New Haven, and SIUE, Texas, San Antonio to either of you. It's totally fine to pass because I've got an opinion on the Columbia game, but if you want to throw anything out for the people looking for some degenerate day action, now is your chance to do it.
I'll concede the floor to Rob.
Yeah, you're silent. I will say this, Adam. SIU Edwardsville, while I don't have anything pertinent to say, I don't want to lead people in the wrong direction in these games, but SIU Edwardsville is a team because Belmont played a lot of Ohio Valley basketball that I will during the year likely have a lot to say about. But in this particular game, I'm just staring at it now, the number, because I had it scratched off from 48 up to 52, 53 and a half, and somewhere in there. Really, I can't steer anybody in a positive direction there, so I'm going to hold off on that. But like I said, SIU Edwardsville is a team that you give us about a month, and I'll have a little to say on them. UTSA is not a bad squad either, but I'll pass on that one.
So, Colin, I will trade you the SIU Edwardsville game, which I don't have much of an opinion on. My number was very close, for something I did play that's also an afternoon game. So I laid, and now it's looking like I got a pretty good number, but I laid 5.5 with Columbia. It's a 1 p.m. game. They are at New Haven. That's a 3% play for me. I'm not going to put it in the parlay because of a little thing we like to call shelf life. It's a 1 o'clock game.
Yeah.
And by the time some people see the show, we might be done with that game. So, but I did play it at 5.5, which is where it was about an hour ago. So just to give you an idea of the betting, sort of how it went, we had Columbia opened 6.5, got bet up to 7, maybe like overnight to 7, got someone probably took New Haven. I don't know if it was a fake or a setup, but knocked it all the way down to 5.5. And now it looks like we're back at 6.5 or 7 most places. So I want to talk about this game because this is a very interesting sort of look ahead spot for a team that just came to Division One. So New Haven, now someone's going to need to explain. I actually know why and how this happened. I didn't until the other day I read about it. New Haven has a home game at 1 o'clock tomorrow against Penn State. That's right. The Penn State, the Nittany Lions from State College are going to New Haven to play a road game at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Now that, to me, I mean, that would be the equivalent of them coming here to play Lemoyne, like in a glorified high school gym. I read about this, and basically Mike Rhodes, Penn State head coach, is giving them the game so they don't have to pay them, I believe, to come back. It's almost like a way that he's saving a little bit of coin for the athletic department. They're going to play a game on the road, and then I think New Haven will give them a game the next couple of years, but they won't have to cut like the big buy game check for it. So I don't know if this is like how we pay players now, like, go on the road and play a road game against a mid-major so you don't have to pay them the next year. But anyway, that is the basis of why that game's occurring. Interesting to me that they've also scheduled a game today, also at a 1 o'clock start, where they will play Columbia. Brian Power, does that sound like a little bit of a look-ahead spot to you? I mean,
it does.
Right? Like, you got a home game
yes.
against a Big Ten team. Last year, you were in Division II. Life comes at you fast. Like, now you're going to be hosting a Big Ten team. They also played UConn on Monday. So, like, we got to get, happy birthday to Marco. It was Marco D'Angelo's birthday the other day. This sounds like a sandwich spot that he likes to talk about right here, where they just played their first ever Division I game on Monday against UConn. It was on the road. I'm sure they got beat up a little bit, right? Like, it's a physical game. You got Penn State coming to town tomorrow, which is obviously going to be the game that you're more jazzed up for. Big Ten team coming to play in your little gym. But you still have to play a Columbia team that, in my opinion, is a lot better than you are, right? Like, Columbia didn't work out for them last year. Their best player was hurt for a lot of the season. I think they're likely to improve this year. And, like, for me, when that got to 5.5, I could, my number's 9.5 on this game. So I actually still think at 6.5, it's a good play. That's 3% play for me. I've got a few plays today, so I don't mind giving one on the show. But Colin, if you want some daytime action, I played Columbia -5.5, and I still like it where it is right now. Keith Landry says Columbia was a machine in non-conference play last year. They sure were, right up until they played the University of Albany, I believe, and lost, and their season went off the rails. But they had a great non-conference last year as well. I want to get Rob back in the conversation here. Let's talk about, this is an interesting game and a very interesting line move here. The NC State Wolfpack. Have they already won this game, Rob? Have they already won by 20 is what I want to know, because people are betting this like this game is over. And I'm having a hard time disagreeing with them. But, I mean, at this point, it's getting out of hand. What do you think? UAB, NC State.
Well, I think we needed to talk about it because it's my dear friend Will Wade. He of the FBI wiretaps, the tantrums at LSU, et cetera, et cetera. But one thing we know about Will Wade, I mean, listen, he took his punishment. He went to McNeese and turned McNeese into a tournament team. And now he's at NC State. And talk about guys that just have a knack for getting talent into a program. I mean, Darian Williams and Trey Holloman, Michigan State's point guard last year, Holloman, Williams from Texas Tech. The team is stacked off of these transfers that he brought in here. They score 114 points in their first game against NC Central, play UAB, who lost all 5 of their starters. Andy Kennedy's team, he also did a good job filling spots. He just didn't do it as as deeply with high quality recruits or higher echelon recruits. He went to JUCO, some mid majors, but he got a good squad here, and they score 106 against Mississippi Valley State, who we talked about a couple of days ago. Whether they throw games or not, they're just a miserable basketball team. So 106 to 55 doesn't really matter. But my point about talking about this game here, Adam, wasn't necessarily to go ahead and lay 20.5 with North Carolina State, but rather to just focus in on their team total. This is a game that's going to be played at blistering pace. Andy Kennedy knows no other way. Will Wade likes to play defense, but they score a lot off of their defense. And I think the new backcourt of UAB could be in for a little bit of problem here where pressure defense is concerned, handling against the pressure defense. I saw this number, guys, and I'm going to try and look at it right now as I speak. I thought their team total was 91.5. And to me, in a game like this, 91.5 seems a little, it's hard to say a little low. It sounds kind of weird to say that, but to me it does. I can see NC State potentially hitting the 100 mark in this game against UAB, where, you know, UAB's only form of retaliation is to run back at you. And I just don't know that he's got the quality ball handlers. Andy Kennedy, it's great to beat Mississippi Valley and get to 106, but I don't think you're getting there against NC State. And it's just such a major step up in class for them as an offensive team or as a ball handling team. I think NC State, if I had one look in this game, it would be towards this team total over, which, as I see right now, is, well, yeah, 91.5, right? Is that what you guys are showing? I think they get to 92 or better. So purpose for bringing that game up, A, was Will Wade and his recruits, which he recruited at maybe a better level than anybody in the offseason, and B, the pace this game's going to be played at. NC State should get over that total.
Yeah, I agree with that. I wouldn't be surprised if NC State just drops 100 and wins by 30. My buddy Corby went to UAB, and we were talking about it the other day. Like, I don't think he's like overly high on them this year, which, you know, he's a pretty keen basketball mind, especially, you know, from a betting perspective. So if that's how his take on his team, I kind of got to lean that way as well. And also, I mean, Brian, I mean, you know, Missouri Valley State, hey, we reviewed the tape. Yes. You guys are fine. You're just awful. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what, I think the only thing they're guilty of is being a terrible, terrible basketball team. I mean, right. I mean, it's the thing. There's only one place to find them every year, and that's at the bottom of the Ken Palm rankings every year without fail.
So that's
Adam. I left out maybe the most important thing I should have led with after you went through your Columbia analysis. I'm actually probably I would say maybe the only person you'll ever meet that actually attended the University of New Haven, a New Haven Charger, in West Haven, Connecticut, back in 1979, my freshman year. So, yeah, known for their baseball and a Hall of Fame head coach, and Porky Vieira is what his nickname was. And he cut me. I had two swings up at the plate. I hit the second one was a ground ball mix. That was on the cutlass. So that was the end of that. But yeah, New Haven, University of New Haven, near and dear to my heart.
Awesome. That's a new member to the NEC, which has basically become the conference you go to when you want to come to Division I from Division II. It's like the feeder conference. It's like the transition league now, the Northeast Conference, pretty much. Most of those teams just came to D1 a couple of years ago, and New Haven is the newest installation in that, you know, in that league. So it'll be fun to see them and see how they compete in there this year. But I don't think today is a great spot. We're 35 minutes into the show. We don't have a parlay leg yet, so I'm going to put Brian Power on the spot and see if he knows what he wants to use for the parlay.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. By the way, breaking news: Titan CT apparently also went to New Haven. I mean, did not have.
Hey, you know, all right.
Did not have two New Haven alums there. Wow, in the same place. That's crazy. All right, but Trig, you teed me up. Yes, just to recap, if you're new here, if you missed the beginning of the show, yesterday we won our parlay of the day again, third time in 4 days to kick off, or dare I say, tip off the season. Very impressive here on Full Court Press. Make sure you smash that like button, guys. We appreciate the support, and click subscribe as well. Yesterday, my leg was Ohio, the alma mater. no bias there. I thought it was a good spot. I thought it was a good buy low, sell high spot. And I found, Trig and Rob, a matchup on today's board that reminds me a lot of the play yesterday on OU. Let's talk about Troy and Furman. Furman, not a good opening game performance. They get blown out by 26 against High Point. Trig, I think you talked about that yesterday or the day before, that maybe the SoCon is going to be down this year. A lot of the contenders there. Certainly, look, you don't want to lose your opener by 26 points. No one does. I will point out, though, Furman, wrong end of turnover variance that game, 22-6. So they had problems holding on to the basketball, and they were not forcing turnovers either. Now they're taking on a Troy team. What did Troy do in its opener? Well, they went to Kent State and won outright in overtime. We talk about, obviously, still early in the year. Okay, but, you're off an overtime game. You win in overtime. I always kind of think it's a letdown spot next time out, especially because a Troy team, guys, that was not good at shooting the three last year. In fact, Troy was quite bad at shooting the three last year. We're talking about bottom 25 in the country in three-point percentage last season. Well, they went 12 of 26 against Kent State. That was the difference in that game. Also, back it up a few seconds ago, I talked about how Furman was on the wrong end of turnover variance in the opener against High Point. Well, this is a Troy team that turned it over a lot last year as well, in addition to not being a good three-point shooting team. You add all this up. Let's buy low on Furman. Let's sell high on Troy. There is a rogue 1.5 out there at FanDuel, Trig, I'm seeing, but in the interest of fairness, let's go 2.5 here.
I was going to say, Brian, something we talked about on Total Bases, because it's a 3-teamer, if you want to go money line, that works too. I mean,
That's a good point. You know what? Let's just do that here. Let's do that. Let's go Furman money line for my leg of the parlay. Thank you very much.
You're not really taking a bad number because, even though Brian Leonard would argue that he's like, it's still the same odds in the parlay, but it's like the way I look at it is, it's like we're building a 3-teamer. We're going to have plus money on the parlay anyway. So if you don't want to take a bad number right there, just go Furman on the money line. And I'll just throw one thing out on that game. Like, if someone's going to adjust from I do want to cut Furman a little bit of slack for sort of how that game played out. That was a neutral site game as part of the Field of 68 sort of opening thing. I think we saw sloppy play in some of those other games as well. So it's like their guards just turned it over a ton. It was just a very sloppy performance where they got down and kind of got down big. And I feel like they just could never get back into the game. But Richie's as good of a coach as they're going to find. And to me, Troy, they've got the talent and they can pressure the ball as well. It's going to be a good matchup, but he's one coach where I've over the years, I sort of trust him to tweak some things, right the ship. And I think someone, maybe it was Keith. That's our buddy Keith Bayou Bets Landry. I'm going to pull his comment up here because I have no opinion on that. But if you need to know something about Southeast Louisiana basketball, Keith is your guy. So we'll read that off. But I think he told me Furman's got a new arena that they're opening tonight. Is that true?
Yes.
Is there any truth to that?
Yes, that is true. That is true. So yes, the new arena bump.
Yeah. Hey, it is kind of listen, I'm going off the top of my head, but I'll like Tarleton State tomorrow night because they open their new arena at home. I know Fairfield, when they opened their new one, destroyed whoever they were playing. I think Baylor, when they opened Foster Pavilion, won by 40 against Cornell. So listen, new building, you've had a chance to practice in it. The other team may have been practicing somewhere it's a thing. I think there's something to that. I'll give Furman a slight bump for that.
All right.
And Keith, he says, I got one for y'all. I fully expected him to say y'all as well, but Southeast Louisiana, ULL under 137.5. I'm literally just reading his comment because these are teams that I would be texting him about anyway. He says Lafayette hired, so that's actually Louisiana. I don't think we call them Lafayette anymore. But Louisiana hired a Houston assistant who will bring that tough defensive style to Lafayette, and Sela does not have a lot of scores. This could be a rock fight, 65-61. I know Rob kind of likes the new coach in a new place angle. Thank you, Keith. I have zero to add to that, but I trust your handicap there. And so if you were looking for that game, that is your that's going to be your opinion. A little guest handicap for Mr. Bayou Bets. All right, let's go back to the chat. We will lock into parlay legs over the next 20 minutes. You know what? I'll go to Rob. Do you have any idea what you want to use yet, or have you looked? Have you decided?
Well, I haven't decided, but I think we should throw this game out there, Adam, because probably all three of us will have. It's one of the better games of the night. Utah State VCU on a neutral in Frisco, Texas. Phil Martelli Jr., the new head coach at VCU, and man, did they play Bryant style fast in that first game. VCU again, pressure filled, up and down the floor. Utah State, a team that returns a whole batch of starters off a 28-6 team, and they can shoot it a little bit. Utah State's one of those that lives by the NBA Boston Celtic theory, volume threes, analytics, chuck up the threes, and they've got guys that can make them. They don't play at the same exact pace as VCU, but to get over a number like this, you don't necessarily have to have two fast-paced teams if the one that's a little more methodical is so efficient offensively, which is what Utah State is. One thing that worried me, guys, real quick here, and I think this will change tonight. Utah State in that opening box score, you'll find that they only shot 9 free throws. Again, it was a cakewalk type game. But when you play VCU, it just seems like everybody lives on the foul line. Like VCU plays fast and fouls. You foul them because you can't keep up, et cetera, et cetera. You get a lot of points generated from the free throw line on top of the points that you're going to get off of layups, off of threes, et cetera. So this game, to me, it's been bet up a little bit, 161.5. And again, neutral rims sometimes, sight backlines, et cetera, et cetera. But to me, that's sort of become a thing of the past. That used to work in a lot of instances, but nowadays these kids tend to shoot lights out no matter where they are. I think this game might get over here, guys. I'm not going to use it as the parlay leg. I sort of lean toward Utah State as a side just because they're the more cohesive group. Phil Martelli's brought transfers into that program, and they've played well for him right off the bat. They'll play quick, but I think sometimes quick can lead to that 1 or 2 extra mistakes that cost you a game that's priced in this price range. So I do think it gets over. That would be my first look. And then secondly, I'd probably look towards Utah State, but that should be a tremendous game.
Yeah, I mean, VCU pressed a lot in that opening game. So it looks like you're going to get the Phil Martelli, Bryant sort of craziness, but keeping some of the principles of like VCU basketball, heavy pressure, havoc style play. Yeah, my number was pretty much on the nose with I had Utah State -1.5. I believe it opened 2. That's probably right about where it is. So that is a neutral court in Frisco, Texas. Likely no play for me, but that will be a great watch. That's definitely one to tune into. All right, Cody, can we get a breakdown in the Wake Forest game? So this is one where it's like I just kind of like default to Brian on these types of games because I feel like we've seen these quite a bit where it's like heavy favorite. They're at home. Kind of tough to find a way in these like 20+ point favorites. Now, I will point out this is a rare occurrence where the dog has taken some money. Looks like this one opened 21.5, now down to 18.5 some places, but the over has gone the other way. It's actually gone up. So I've got nothing there. Brian, anything? You've been good in the team totals in these types of games, but I don't know if that's one that
I was going to say, based on the market, I think you just want to look at Moorhead, maybe team total over. I mean, they're going to have to put points on the board if they're going to cover this number, right, guys? I mean, that's just common sense. It is interesting when you see, because normally, I mean, a lot of these games we talked about this week early, it's been, favorite and over have sort of been correlated. Here. It's sort of a different situation. So all I can tell you is that the market is telling you that Moorhead, might be putting up some points here. Let me do a little more deep digging on this one, and I'll see if I can put some facts to that mindset here. But that it's pretty clear that that's what the market is saying on that game. Let me just take a look here at the box scores, and see if I can come up with anything else for you.
Yeah, and while you're doing that one, I'm gonna go to Jake's sort of question. He says Longwood to cover. I listen. Any bet against Pitt right now, I'm pretty much fine with. I thought that the only issue I have here is that I'm not nearly as high on Longwood this year as I was last year or the last couple of years. So Griff Aldrich, Longwood head coach, left in the offseason to join his college roommate, I believe, college buddy, Ryan Odom at Virginia. So Longwood basically was one of those school programs that kind of lost their head coach. I don't think they really expected to, but he said, I'd rather be an assistant at Virginia and do that with my boy, Ryan Odom. And so they've got a new coach, and I'm just not as nearly as I felt like they were going somewhat in the wrong direction last year. That was a team that I feel like underachieved a little bit. So like when I look at Pitt and they managed to beat Youngstown State by 15, to me, like I'd much rather have Youngstown State than Longwood. Yeah, I'm only getting like another point in this game. Now, I know it opened 17. I would have probably leaned toward Longwood at the opening number of 17, but you're down to 15.5, 16. Let's put it this way. I wouldn't take the favorite there. I think Pitt could be really bad this year. So it would be dog or pass. Just wanted to get a thought out on Longwood right there.
Just real quick, Moorhead shot the lights out, and now they played Midway University. Troubling is that they gave up 56% shooting in that game as well. If you're giving up 56% to a non-D1 opponent, that's bad. That does worry me a little bit about the defense. Now, the Wake Forest game got to 162 despite 27% three-point shooting from both teams, them and American. So I definitely can understand why the over's taking money here. Again, Moorhead State, the thing that would worry me is the defense here. So, I guess I would just circle back to the Moorhead team total. Maybe that's what the market's saying.
Steve Duke, yeah, Longwood is in Farmville, Virginia, and it is from what I hear, I believe Aaron Kidd's been to a couple games there. It is a gorgeous campus, and they have a beautiful, like, very new arena. It's on my list to get down to. But yeah, Longwood and Farmville, Virginia, and a good chance to promo ourselves. I'm gonna go. I'll let Brian do the sales part, but I'll say this. I'll say, you see how I put you on the spot there?
Yes.
I'll let you do the sales part. But for Slick Vic, Kansas-UNC was what we opened the show with. And if you've missed the show to this point, we are on demand. And so head on over to the WagerTalk YouTube channel. And while you're there, if you could like and subscribe, we would be great. We'd be very much appreciative of that, because we're just trying to run it up. We want to get this show super popular, and as many likes and subscribes as we can get helps us make sure this show sticks around all season. So over to
Brian. And if you do miss the show live, it's okay. You can always ask us drop a comment, drop a question in the comments section. Pardon me. Rob, Adam, and I will be perusing the comment section as the day goes on, so we can get back to you just in case you missed the show live. Again, Monday through Friday, no show on Saturday. I know some of you will be disappointed, but that's just the way it is. Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern, live here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. I'll just, obviously looking ahead to the weekend, guys. The weekend for football does take place. This is a college basketball show, but we always do want to plug the Weekend Warrior Pass, $49. You can get all three of us. It's $49 each. You get our entire Saturday college football card, entire Sunday NFL football card, and as a added bonus, you get Monday Night Football free of charge. I'll be loading all of my football plays here this afternoon when I am done with the best betting show ever, as I'm guesting there with Joe Ranieri after here. So
I'm like, this is like when we're at, you're at dinner and it's your time to order. And I want to look at the menu for another minute. So I'm going to Rob and I'm going to put him on the spot and tell him that we need a parlay leg from him so I can think for another 5 minutes. So,
all right. I had a couple here in mind, guys. The first one we've already talked about, and it was the NC State game where I just feel like Will Wade will pour it on. But I think I'm going to defer to another team total here. We've seen so many 100-point outputs from power teams and just sheer blowouts to start the season. And one that hits me here is Kentucky Valpo. Valpo's coming in with 11 new players into Rupp Arena. Mark Pope has the roster his way this year. Kentucky's very highly rated. Their team total is excessive tonight. The best you can find is 94.5. Moreover, you'll find 95.5. But to me, this game, I mean, Kentucky might put together a 60-point half in this game. So for me, I think I'm going to pass on the North Carolina State game as far as their team total, and roll with UK over Valpo. The total here, guys, again, I'm seeing mostly universal 95.5. Guys, shop it though, because I do see a couple of stray 94.5s out there. 96 to me doesn't seem like that big of a deal the way we've seen these up-tempo teams knock over the 100 mark on, I would say, a consistent basis, but on a more consistent basis than what I've seen in past years. I've never seen this many hundreds put up. So give me Kentucky team total, guys, as our second leg of the parlay over, and I'll use the universal number, 95.5. Good luck to others who are going to search for it, because you can find 94.5.
Rob, I mean, there's something to be said for, like, you got a fresh team. You've been practicing for a couple months. You're just excited to get out there. And I do feel like these first games out, you tend to see like the team like Kentucky drop 100. I mean, Texas Tech did it for you the other night without like their two best players. It was just like,
right.
Florida State kept their starters in a little longer to really run it up and get over 100. So yeah, I still think we're in the time of the season where it's like you're probably going to see those triple digits. It's a couple weeks from now, you might see them pump the brakes. You might see them get reserves in these situations, but I just think it's too early in the year, and they just want to go show out for the fans a lot of times. So
yeah, and I saw an interview the other night, Adam, post game, and I forget which team it was. Well, it was a team that scored over 100, and the quote from the player was, "We're just sick and tired of playing each other in practice."
Yeah.
To your point, right? We just want to get out there and beat the heck out of somebody else. And unfortunately for Valpo, they're going to march in, what's projected to be the worst roster in the Missouri Valley this year. So I think Kentucky may take out, and they play with enough pace and enough defensive pressure to probably get them to 96 here. So that'll be my end of it today.
All right, I'm just gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna throw the Siena Saints into the parlay. I've got my shirt. I'm ready for game day. They are at Brown tonight, and so I think I have 3 client plays already locked in. I did give you one on the show earlier, and to be perfectly honest, like, I probably would have put Columbia in the parlay if it wasn't a 1:00 game, but also that number moved a little bit, and I think Steve Duke in the chat's kind of saying like, you might be able to get a better number in play. Like, yeah, like I don't really want to put like a bad number in there, and then also a bad number that like people coming to the show and watching it at 3 p.m. the game's over. So I'll use the alma mater. Brian Power got it done with his alma mater last night with Ohio. So I'm going to go Siena. We'll use the money line. It's like minus 135 is what I'm seeing a lot of places. And like, here's the deal. They're at Brown tonight. They opened as a slight underdog, which I thought was ridiculous. And that was quickly gone. So my number is right in line with where the market is right now. I have Siena -2, and that's where the number is. I think if this went back to pick, I might add this to my client card. But the reality is this. Siena is just so much better than they were last year. I think the market is – I don't think people really know how good this team is. I think they're so much better than anyone's giving them credit for. We talked about them on Monday. I had Bryant, like, alums and fans in my mentions on Monday. Haven't heard from them since, because that was a bloodbath. Not even close. People saying Bryant going to win that game. Wasn't even close. Brown is worse, in my opinion, than they were last year. Now, still a very well-coached team, but remember, like, Keno Lilly was really that team, like he carried them. And I think Brown has sort of, go back to that Brown team from 2 years ago. You had Keno Lilly. You had Owasu Anane, who ended up, I think, at like Grand Canyon. The kid that's at St. Louis now. Some really good talent has left that team in the last couple of years. And I think they're actually probably you're probably going to see them finish closer to the bottom of the Ivy. One thing that, like, again, is not being accounted for. Tasman Goodrick, Siena's new big. He's tremendous. He looked awesome against Bryant. They've got the guards. I truly believe Siena is just going to be a moneymaker until the market catches up. And I don't think they've caught up yet. Even they're catching up in real time, moving this from like Siena +2 to -2. But again, like, that game last year, Siena won on their home floor. They came back and won that game. And I just think last year's Brown team was better than this year's. This year's Siena team is much better than last year. So we'll go Siena money line and see if the boys can get it done tonight. We have 5 minutes left. I'll throw this. So Jace, I'll give this to you guys. I don't know if anyone will have an opinion here, but I know this is in Rob's sort of region. So he's just asking a general question. Thoughts on Delaware this year? And it's an interesting question because they moved to a new conference. They play a D2 school, I think, today. But, like, Rob, I have them at the bottom of their new league. I'm not expecting much from them. I didn't know if you had a take since you're in that region.
Yeah, real quick on Delaware. It's definitely going to be a down year, according to most local, media here. But, again, with these teams like Delaware, first of all, I think the jump, we saw it in football. They're somewhat competitive, and they're not good enough to win games yet. It could be the same deal with Delaware here. I'm interested to see what price range they're going to be held in by odds makers, Adam, because that'll make all the difference in the world. What we do is around numbers more than specifically talent. So as a very, very vague outlook on Delaware, it's a lower echelon conference team. It's a team that can, in underdog roles, be bet on this year. We'll see how it goes first couple games out. But beyond that, it's hard to tell with them right now. They've been better in the past, and they've been higher scoring in the past. I think that's the biggest key here, is they probably won't be as high scoring. Real fast, I want to just throw a tidbit out to you guys. Worst road trip of the night here. I got to give it to Chattanooga. Who goes to Moraga, California to go play St. Mary's in that gym against Randy Bennett's team with 0 starters back? And it's interesting, in a couple of preseason publications, you'll find Chattanooga listed as the top team in the Southern without any starters coming back. But their style doesn't fit what St. Mary's is going to do to them. And going to that place and looking at that gym, they're going to be like, not that they play in these huge arenas in the Southern, but Moraga is a different place.
Rob, I had a little tidbit written down about that game. Colin Mulholland did not play in their opener. And I don't know why or what he was held out for, but if he is not on the floor tonight for Chattanooga, they are in big trouble. And
team total under?
The one thing I'll say about St. Mary's, though, is like, if you cannot get them out of what they want to do, you're 100% losing by double digits. It's like, go ask St. Thomas how that worked out.
Right.
So, yeah.
Game has pushed at him from 12.5 to 14.5 in favor of St. Mary's. Yeah, which could indicate the injury still exists for Chat.
And I say 65.5 is that team total for Chattanooga? I could see them being held under that number. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. I mean, although with Mulholland out, they're probably gonna give up quite a few points, but like that will allow St. Mary's to do what they want to do, which typically lends itself to the game staying under, because it's like, they're just gonna slow it down. They're gonna be efficient. I'm sure Chattanooga will struggle to score. Rob, I'm glad you brought that up because it's a tough trip. And if you go into that game without your best big, I think you're in a little bit of trouble. So we are up against it. I know Brian has another show right at 11 o'clock. So I am going to read off the parlay, and we're going to get out of here.
Working me like a dog.
Yeah, I believe. Are you on with Prez at 11? Are you doing that show?
I know my good, close personal friend Joe Ranieri will be on. I'm not sure who else is going to be on today, but as long as it's Joe.
Filling in for him.
Yeah, yes.
So go see if you can find BP on that show, which I think goes live in like 90 seconds. So I'm gonna get out of here. We'll sign off. We'll see if we can make it 4 3-teamers out of 5 days in a week, which is insane, but we're gonna go for it. We have Brian Power on Furman money line. I'm gonna be on Siena money line. And then we've got a team total over for Rob in the Kentucky game. That's Kentucky team total over 95.5. It's plus 470 odds. So Siena money line, Furman money line, Kentucky team total over 95.5. We have concluded the first week of Full Court Press. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Tell a friend. Tell a friend, hey, come join us to come watch the show. We want to run it up on the numbers and continue to promote the show. As always, you can find our stuff at WagerTalk.com. You'll find me and Brian out driving around Ohio tomorrow. So if you're in the area, hit us up.
Arkansas, Michigan State at night.
Arkansas, Michigan State will be in the building in East Lansing, and we'll see you guys Monday morning. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Happy Friday, guys. Welcome into Puck Time Wager Talk. Team Bianco with me, and we're going to break down a handful of games here in the NHL, lead you guys to winners. And I'll tell you what, as far as Friday's slates are concerned, this isn't too bad of one. This is a winnable slate. This is a bettable slate here. Sometimes the Friday slates, we call it Freaky Friday. We call it Getaway Day in the NHL. People are looking forward to Saturday. Guys, this is a pretty decent slate in the NHL for Friday night. Not the most sexy teams, Carm, by any means, but we got some good opportunities here. We're going to break things down. Carm, how was your Thursday, brother? And what games do we have on tap for today?
My Thursday started phenomenal. A 2-0 soccer day. I was the hammer, and then at night I turned into the nail, Andrew. It was like boom, boom. Like, this NHL this week it's mainly this week. It's been 2 wins, 2 losses, 2 wins, 2 losses. Last night it was 2 losses. And, if that's what a losing streak is, where you're like 50-50, you're not laying a lot of vig, I can take this small losing streak as a short-term thing and then just move on and try and win. The NFL game last night, because I know some guy asked about my circa picks. Well, all my circa picks went in early because I did take last night's game. I took the Raiders plus 8.5 in the circa millions. So I'm happy to get a check mark in the new month, the new quarter, Andrew. I need the $150,000 so I can keep Visa from the front door, but and Amex and all those other ones. But with that said, man, we had a couple of good games we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the Rangers and Red Wings, the Wild and the Islanders. Then a pod play from me. You're going to do a same game parlay. I am going to do the 6 and 60, and then I have a bonus pod play that I've already picked out for Saturday. So we will have 2 pod plays today along with the 6 and 60. How does that grab you, Andrew?
A bonus play. All right. And I saw you kind of confused me there for a second, Carm, because when I was looking at our rundown for today's games we were going over, I was like, does Carm know he's giving out a play for tomorrow? But I knew you knew. And I thought it was a pretty good slate for today. And I guess it wasn't. Yeah. Look, I'll tell you what, I keep talking every day on the show about my enemies. And I'll tell you what, my biggest enemy right now in the NHL has to be the Anaheim Ducks. And I'll tell you what, I was talking with, I think, Dan about this before. Like right now, if you see a team that starts winning, you follow their streaks. Like, I swear, casual NHL bettors are probably doing better than people follow this every single day because, oh, the Anaheim Ducks are a pretty good team. Let's start betting them more. Oh, how about those Pittsburgh Penguins? They're doing pretty well this year. Let's bet them a lot more. Like the teams that are hot, you just bet on them. And I guess it proves me wrong to keep going against hot teams. I've kind of slowed down doing it. But then again, last night, I thought it was a damn good spot for the Dallas Stars. And Carm, the one time I don't bet the team total, they lose 7-5. I could have still won my bet, and they lose 7-5. So that one was kind of crappy. But anyway, we got a packed live chat here with us. And they don't want to hear about yesterday. They want to hear about today. Let's move on. Carm.
Yeah, before we do that, it's funny because I'm looking at the chat, and there's a lot of stuff coming in. One guy put the St. Louis, not the delusional guy, we'll get to him in a second. One guy said, the St. Louis Blues and the Buffalo Sabres are on my do not bet list. And my thoughts are, what took you so long? They should have been on your do not bet list a long time ago. The Sabres are predictably unpredictable. When you think they're going to win, they lose. When you think they're going to lose, they win. I don't know what it is with that team. And the St. Louis Blues, they're not, at least right now, they're not as good defensively as they showed last night. I think the Sabres misfired, blew a couple of fuses, and just couldn't get it done. I've got a great stat later on from Ralph Michaels' Stat Daddy about teams that get shut out in this next game that we're going to talk about. And as far as listen, I've been called many things in my life. Delusional has been one of them as well too. I'm perfectly fine with that. You should change your name to M&M's because I really like M&M's, but I am just, again, delusional.
I'll step in here, Carm. It's a Friday.
The Canadians, listen, I get it. Listen, you have to understand, I'm taking Canada plus 117. I took them plus 170 to win the gold medal. The team, barring any injuries between now and then, is going to be a stacked team. USA will have their team, but on every major stage, and you can even look at the Four Nations. It was a smaller tournament. The games that mattered, not the knockout, the early games where the USA decided in Canada, hey, let's have like a whole bunch of fights in the first 10 seconds of the game and stir up the crowd. When the medal was on the line, the trophy was on the line, and Canada and the USA met in the finals, Canada won. And that's just plain facts. So with that said, if I have Canada plus 170 and the final is Canada and the USA, Canada is going to be favored over the USA. And I will have a bet on Canada plus 170. If I want to get out of the bet, I can take the USA at plus money and get out of the bet. So it is betting the right number, and the right number on Canada is plus 170. Why would you give that up? And Circa has since dropped it to 155, I believe, right now. So it's gone down 50 cents. Yes, I have had, it's an O in there. It's not, you're thinking of Lumen Field in Seattle. It's Limoncello.
I'll put it this way. I literally think that the best players on Team USA wouldn't even be the top 5 players on Team Canada. I don't even think they're going to make the finals in the Olympics. But anyway, that's for another day. You're going to tell me that the Kachuk brothers are the best players on a team? No, thanks. Carm, let's get to the games. We've got the New York Rangers, Detroit Red Wings. You already teased it, but look, I always talk about this strategy of backing a first period over when a team is coming off a shutout. A lot of us in the hockey betting community started doing this last year. This is more of a unique situation because it's not just one team, it's both teams that are coming off a game in which they were shut out. Here's the problem, and this is kind of a big problem. The New York Rangers have been in this position multiple times so far this season, and they haven't come in clutch with going over 1.5 in the first period of their next game. Like, it's hard to get a big sample size for this season with this system if it's been the same team every single time. But both teams haven't played for a couple days. Detroit had that West Coast road trip, ended that one on kind of a stinker where even though it was 1-0, they still got dominated. Carm, so I do see urgency from both teams. I do like the over in this game here. But I do lean towards the New York Rangers side, actually. For whatever reason, this team has been a much better road team than they have been at home. And maybe it's the teams that they're playing, but whatever it is, the home New York Rangers have been just a different type of team than the road New York Rangers, coming off a shutout, 3-0 loss. Sign me up for the Rangers. And yeah, I got a sprinkle on that first period over 100%.
Man, you keep betting against the Detroit Red Wings, Johnny Detroit's Red Wings, Melissa, Missy, Chris Allen, everyone in the Detroit office. You're going to human resources, and next week we're announcing Dan Alexander as the new co-host on Puck Time. So you might want to be worried there. Andrew, I get the goals part of it, and you look at it, and this comes from Ralph Michaels' Stat Daddy. I love this stat. So since 2006, there's only been 83 games. This will be the 84th game in which both teams are coming off shutout losses. Now, what were the results of those ones? You have to look at the total because you can't really look at the side because both of them are coming off of losses, so it makes no sense. 44, 30, and 9 to the over, 60%. Now, you might think, okay, 60%, not a great stat. Well, when the total is 6 or higher, 79% of the time, the game has gone over the total. 15, 4, and 4. That is a pretty good number. 79%. And it's a nice little sample size as well, too, with 23 games of those 83 games. So I'm taking the over here. I'm taking the Ralph Michaels Stat Daddy play of the day and taking the over 6 in this game, Andrew.
Come on, Carm. I've been on this trend for a year now. You're not going to give me any credit for the trend. Ralph sends you a message, and it's no longer my trend.
Well, yours is one team. Yours is one team off of a shutout. Ralph's is two teams off of a shutout.
This is the ultimate setup. Both teams. If we see a low-scoring game here, I don't know what to expect after this one. But
I'm going to put on my Patrick Kane jersey tonight and watch this game.
Your Patrick Kane. What about your Mika Zibanejad jersey? Can I get that from you? Do you have? Can I get your?
It's full of holes. It's full of holes. It's got holes in it, much like the New York Rangers defense tonight. I hope. I think the Rangers probably lose tonight. I'm not going to bet the game. I'm going to take the total in this one, and then the Rangers get their first win of the NHL, their first home win of the NHL season tomorrow night. Against the New York Islanders. Both teams are on back-to-backs, Andrew. And speaking of the New York Islanders, minus 153 against the Wild, who come off a wild game last night. Congratulations both to the Prez and to Brian Leonard on cashing their 5% plays. Brian with Pittsburgh, Prez with the Canes in regulation. And man, that first period was crazy. 3-2 at the end of the first period in that game. We're going to see Wallstead. They're already confirmed. Wallstead, if I pronounced his name right, for the Wild, and big save Dave Riddick for the New York Islanders. The Islanders are saving Sorokin for tomorrow night. The Rangers goalie tomorrow night is likely to be in that game. Andrew is going to be Jonathan Quick because I think they're starting Shesterkin tonight. But 126 on the Wild, 153 on the Islanders. Break it down for us.
I'll break it down in this way, Carm, is that I sort of believe the New York Islanders are maybe a team that's benefited off of some good situations that they've been in. And we've started to see them kind of start to leak a little bit here. And then you talk about Sorokin not being the team to start. When you play plus money and you're looking to back a team, look, I understand. I keep on saying I'm not going to go against bad teams or, don't want to step in front of a good team. But the New York Islanders have slowly started to fizzle away, Carm. The 4-3 loss to the Bruins, and they lost 5-2 to the Bruins just last week. And then they had that one goal game against the Islanders and short 1-goal game against the Flyers. Like, this is a team that is starting to kind of revert back to who they probably are a little bit. Like, if you look at their metrics, they were probably overachieving offensively a little bit here. And Minnesota, despite losing yesterday to the Carolina Hurricanes, they still put forward a really good effort. This team found their offense, which is something good to see. They found their offense 5-on-5. The travel's not too bad in this one, I wouldn't say. And they created a ton of chances. So with the backup in play, with the regression I'm starting to see from the Islanders, and with the belief I think this Minnesota team can start stringing wins together, I'm going to go dog hunting. And, I'm not wearing my camo hoodie today, Carm, but it doesn't mean I can't go hunting. And I like the underdog in this one. Not as juicy as it was yesterday, but plus 130 is the price I see at Circa, FanDuel plus 126, Westgate plus 130. I'm interested in the dog in this one. Let's go wild.
All right, let's go wild. Well, I like the full game over in this one, Andrew. And I get it's Wallstead. I think Wallstead might be the only goalie in the NHL who is taller than you. Wallstead's pretty tall, as are you. The prez comes up to your belly button. I think the last time we got together, that's how short the prez is or how tall you are. But I like the full game over in this one. You look at the 3 games. Wallstead's only played 3 games. 2 of them gone to OT, but 2 of those 3 games have gone over the total. 6-5 against a 6-5 game against the Sharks that he lost, and a 4-3 game against the LA Kings that he lost. A 2-1 victory in regulation over the Philadelphia Flyers. The Islanders are scoring goals. They can score goals at home. So I'm going to go, even though it's a 6.5 of this one, I'm going to take the over in this one. And I'm going to use this game to segue into the pod play for tonight. Yesterday's pod play wins with the Carolina Hurricanes in regulation. And tonight's pod play is going to be the first period in this game. The New York Islanders and the Wild. First period over. And let me just throw a couple numbers at you. The New York Islanders are 5-2 to the over in the first period at home this season. The Wild, they're on the second of a back-to-back, as I mentioned, after that crazy game in Carolina where 5 goals were scored in the first period. They're 4-3 to the first period over on the road. And as I mentioned, 2 backup goalies in goal tonight for these teams. Big save, Dave Riddick. Hopefully he doesn't make any big saves in the first. And Wallstead for Minnesota. Maybe we see a leg-weary team. Islanders have been off a couple of days since totally dominating the Bruins, but losing in a shootout. Let's get some goals in the first period. Over 1.5 first period, minus 140. And let's get that bankroll moving.
All right, Carm. All right.
What do you think?
Okay. I like it. I think it's going to be a game with some pop to it. So I'm up for it. But I'm also going underdog hunting a little bit here in this one. So that's all right. 4-game slate. Not too bad of a day here, Carm, in the NHL. So, but you've got more for us. You've got more for us.
Yeah, but not yet. Speaking of like hunting, did you hunt together a same game parlay for us?
I did, but I'll tell you what, thank God we hit that 10-1 the other day on Monday, because we've been falling short the past couple of days. And I guess I'm picking the wrong teams. Florida yesterday would have been a hell of a good one to look at. Tampa Bay would have been a hell of a good one to look at. But no, I had 2 players on the Ottawa Senators, man. Are you kidding me? On the Ottawa Senators, those guys looked awful against the Boston Bruins. Today, we're going to keep it very, very simple here. This is a plus 349 courtesy of DraftKings here. Winnipeg at San Jose. Look, this Winnipeg team, you want to talk about bounce back. They're coming off a 3-0 loss against the LA Kings. They're going to be motivated. And I always look at it like this. If a team is coming off a big victory and then going to play the Sharks, they might take the Sharks lightly. But if you're coming off a bad loss, little bit of rest, then you get to play the Sharks, they won't take this Sharks team lightly. The Sharks are improved, Carm, but I still think this Winnipeg team, they're kind of the more veterans. They're going to take care of things. Gabe Velarde up there on the top line, Scheifele on the top line, centering that line. Those 2 guys paired together gets you minus 135. Now, we've got that system play. And Ralph told us not only one team off a shutout, both teams off a shutout, Rangers and Red Wings. We expect action. We expect shots. Adam Fox, number one offensive defenseman on the Rangers, over 1.5 shots on goal. And Mika Zibanejad, the guy sniping, the guy scoring, the guy out there on the power play. Let's get at least 1 point from this guy and cash us a parlay to end the week at plus 349. I'll tell you, Carm, I can't believe the only one that's hit this week was the 10-1. Maybe that's a sign, guys, that I go back to juicing these up a little bit more for us here. But plus 350 here, your same game parlay for Friday night. Hopefully you can pay for a few beers or a few smoothies or whatever it is you like to drink. Let's cash this ticket.
Who's having a smoothie? I think that smoothie would be the only thing I would put
like
pineapple
smoothies
in, because it doesn't belong on pizza, Dan. Dan,
he's flipping you off.
I could just see Dan. Here he comes, the pizza man. There he is.
Hey, you like smoothies?
Oh, come on, man. Oh God. You know, the funny thing is, Andrew, okay, you hit a 10-1. So that's great because that will sustain some of the losses if people are following along. And then you'll get a couple of the smaller ones that are 3-1, 4-1. And, you know, you make, the same game parlays are always tough. And so anyone who's expecting you to, every time you post the same game parlay to win, it's unreasonable. But I will say this, I made fun of Mika Zibanejad, saying that his shirt has holes in it. You know what's going to happen tonight, right? Mika Zibanejad is going to score at least 2 goals tonight. So let's do this. Mika Zibanejad, 2 or more goals tonight, plus 1,700, 17-1. Put a slice of pizza on Mika, 17-1. Come on, man. He can do it. If I'm expecting goals in this game, maybe Mika gets a couple of them, maybe on the power play. We shall see. But
I got to check on something too, though, Carm. If you're going to get crazy with this, we got to get crazy here on a Friday. How about first goal scorer, Mika Zibanejad? First goal scorer overall in the game, 13-1, Mika Zibanejad. That's not bad as well. First goal scorer in the game. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Every time I take a first goal scorer or a first touchdown scorer, they end up getting a touchdown or a goal, but it's later in the game. So I just can't hit those. I see people hit them all the time, but you see them posted on the X because only the people who actually won post them. You don't see guys posting lost my first touchdown scorer, right? Everyone's a genius on the X. But with that said, I've got after back-to-back 6 and 60s, where we went 4-2, I've prepared another 6 games for this Saturday's action. And then Andrew will give me a slight break, answer a couple of questions while I prepare for the final pod, the bonus pod for Saturday's action. But Dan, I beat the clock last time. I got a lot of notes this time. I don't think I'm going to beat it this time. But with that said, let's start the clock. This is your 6 and 60. New Jersey and Pittsburgh. Pens almost gave it away at home against the Caps on Thursday. Devils, after a bad road trip, get back home and into the win column where they're a perfect 6-0 this season. New Jersey money line. Nashville, Dallas, Stars money line. Preds, losers of 6 of 7. Dallas 4-1-2 their last 7 and off a bad loss to the Ducks. Rangers and Islanders. Rangers money line. Both teams are off a back-to-back, and the Rangers get a rare and first home win of the season. St. Louis and Seattle over 5.5. Kraken 4-2 to the over on the road. Despite shutting out Buffalo, the St. Louis Blues have defensive issues over 5.5. Toronto and Boston. The days of the Bruins owning the Leafs are over. Leafs puck line in this one. Vegas and Anaheim. Vegas 9-4 to the over first period, 5-2 at home. Ducks 9-4 to the first period over, and 5-3 away from home. Take over 1.5. That's your 6 and 60.
This is the time. That's exactly
Whoa!
how he did it. 59-34. Well done, Carmine.
Wow.
Comment below. What are we going? 6-0. 6-0.
This was This 6 and 60 was brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, when you need to last more than 60 seconds.
Arm really wants that sponsorship.
We
really
actually,
wants
that would be the craziest sponsorship to ever get for a segment. Like,
Get bricked up for the 6 and 60.
Carm doesn't go over 60 seconds at all when he does this show, but if he wants to, sponsored by. If you want this segment to go longer than 60 seconds, make sure you chew this tablet. Call your doctor if your plays are cashing.
Yes. Dan, send me that clip. I am going to email Blue Chew today with the clip and see if they will sponsor the show.
Dude, when I was walking my dog yesterday, my wife and I were walking our dog, and we looked down, and like in the street there was like a wrapper for a Blue Chew, and I was like, "Who's banging in the street with Blue Chews?" So that's California for you, Carm. Maybe we'll work in a sponsorship, a Redondo Beach sponsor.
Yeah, or just I'll just ask him for tickets to the Super Bowl, and you and I go for the Bills and Eagles Super Bowl. I think that's a great idea. What do you think, Andrew?
I mean, if they have room for a couple of us, then I'm down to go,
But you're a Green Bay Packers fan. They're going to get knocked out in the second round of the playoffs.
I like life experiences. And if the Packers don't do well this year, I'm just going to blame the injury bugs. So, hey, it happens to us every year. It's all good.
It's all good. I like it, Andrew. And you're dressed to the nines today. Very, very nice of you. While I'm wearing my Puck Time shirt, you're dressed as the perfect.
Does this kind of remind you of Charlie Sheen? This is kind of like a Charlie Sheen sort of. You see, like the
no, you need like the bowling stripes down the middle.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. So Bruce says, why not just Ducks, Vegas Golden Knights full game over? Well, sometimes you get goals in the first period and then it just dies after that. We've seen it happen plenty of times in games. Like, Andrew, you look at some of the games yesterday, and I just want to try and pop some of them up where we saw scoring in the first period. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, and then the games just seem to fizzle out. You look at the Canes game, and yeah, it was a 6 there. They got 5 and then only 2 after that. But you look at a couple of the other games, New Jersey and Montreal. Dude, your Habs, they almost pulled it off. They almost pulled it off again. Your
they were winning 4-3 or 3-2. They choked.
Yeah.
They choked.
Yeah. But they picked up, and this isn't a bad thing. It sounds bad. They picked up the all-important loser point. If you're going to lose a game, lose it in OT.
Yeah.
Instead of losing regulation, because those single points mean so much. So
did you see the goalie after the game, Carm? It was kind of going viral across social media. I don't know if you saw it, but there were 2 instances yesterday, guys, in the NHL, and I think it's important for people to if you're an athlete, or if you're a banker, or if you're a healthcare worker, or if you do shows like us, whatever you do for work, it's important to check on your friends. Because I'll tell you, Carm, between Jakub Dobish yesterday and Ryan O'Reilly, both of those players looked unusually upset, and they were very hard on themselves. Dobish was about to cry. He was crying. It was November 6th. He was fighting back tears that he felt like he lost his team the game, and he didn't really want to do the media, but he felt it was the right thing to do. I've never seen anything like it. And then I watched the Ryan O'Reilly. Carm, this guy said to the media, "I'm pathetic right now. I'm a joke. And I really have only ever had one good year in my whole career." And he was just being so hard on himself. I'll tell you what, guys, check on your friends. These guys are athletes, but that was hard to watch. Some of those interviews that I watched last night, really hard to watch. So you want to know why we love hockey, Carm? Because these guys care, man. These guys care. Shout out to Dan's boy, Ben Simmons. More games sat on the bench than actually played in an actual game. Because I know
Ben Simmons my boy.
I don't even care.
Ben Simmons has never been my boy. I will never claim Ben Simmons.
But these guys care, though, man. I'll tell you, that was really sad to see. But Anyway, Carm, I had to touch on that because if you guys were able to see that, any of you diehard hockey fans, I'm sure you'll see it pop up on your feed. November 6th, Carm, and these guys are acting like they just lost the Stanley Cup Finals. That's passion, man. But also, we all know it's not really a long-term recipe for success, especially for your mental health. If Dobish is like pretty much crying, and people are calling him names, whatever, but you can just tell that's how much the game means to him.
Some of these players carry their hearts on their sleeves, so that's just the way it is. Their whole lives have been centered around hockey and winning, and when they lose a game, you let one in, you feel like you obviously let the team down. So that's always going to happen. You look at some of the plays last night before we're done. We have a little bit of time, but some of the plays, the hit. I think it was the hit in the Carolina game that took out the Carolina player. I think I don't know who the guy was that got he got a 5-minute major and a match penalty for the hit. Let's see if I can bring it up. That was a nasty one because he had time to slow down. It was Pitlick who got an illegal check to the head, 5 minutes plus another 10 plus another 5 for fighting as well too. Stahl quickly, give him credit. He came in, he got the instigator penalty. He stood up for his guy, but it's weird, Andrew, because we talk about this stuff in sports, which a lot of people won't talk about on shows. But like my wife was asking or talking to me the other day, because we're watching some of these things, and she's like, "Do you ever notice how many football players, as opposed to baseball players, kill themselves?" And I know you don't want to talk about this stuff, but the CTE is a big part of it. You know what I mean? The NFL, we see the weird stuff. You see the things like with Antonio Brown. If you just look at Antonio Brown's, and I know this is a hockey show, his Twitter feed, it is the weirdest Twitter or X feed you're ever going to see. It is so odd. But with that said, let's get back to hockey, guys. I want to know, you guys drop a comment, not in the live chat, if you're watching this a little later, in the comment section. Let me know how I'm going to do in 6 and 60 this week. If I can get the swag in by next week, then I will pick someone from all the correct answers in our chat. Not this chat, but the after the video is posted. If you pick 1 and 5, and I go 1 and 5, and there's 5 of you guys, I will pick one of the 5 and you'll get some swag. So with that said, Andrew, anything you want to add? You got a show tonight?
Yeah, I'll tell you, every game on the board, every single game on the board for Saturday. I'm looking forward to that. I do like today's card. So we got a 3-pack going. One of those plays is a 4% best bet. We have CFL playoffs are tomorrow, guys. Looking forward to that. Divisional finals. You guys can get my best bet in the CFL as well. And then the Grey Cup, the championships will come up. Look, if you guys don't like the CFL, you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. Just cash a ticket with me. That's all I ask of you. So join me with that. Other than that, Carm, looking forward to a good weekend, man. NFL doing pretty well here. We got a 20-7 run with NFL player props, so it's going pretty well. Hopefully keep that going, man. So that's it for me, man. I'm all set. Anything you want to promote, Carm, and then take us home, man?
Yeah, a couple games today in soccer this afternoon. 2-0 yesterday in soccer. 3 best bets for tomorrow in soccer off all 4% plays. It's the last weekend before the international break, where it's the last round of qualifying for next year's World Cup. And great news. I got an email this morning from FIFA saying I won the FIFA lottery for tickets. So
no way.
On November the 12th, I will be able to log in my time slot and buy tickets. The only location I can buy them for is for the country I live in. So I'll be buying the ones at BMO Field here in Toronto, where Canada will be playing their games. And then if Italy somehow decides they want to qualify for the World Cup, which they haven't done the last 2 World Cups, maybe I'll get lucky and they'll get stuck in Canada as well too. So I'm looking forward to it because I don't have to pay those damn prices. I'm going to have some college football up. Swept last Saturday in college football. Had a winning Sunday in NFL. I'm going to have those up as well too. Today, pick up that Weekend Warrior or pick up a 3-day all access pass and get everything I release. Some monster games this weekend. I'm going to have a bunch of plays going across all sports, whether it's hockey, whether it's soccer, whether it's college football or NFL. This is going to be a big weekend, and I want to make sure it is a big winning weekend for clients. So head over to wt.buzz/CB. Andrew, anything else? What do you have uploaded? Anything for tonight in NHL, and take us home?
I already mentioned we're all good. We are good. We are ready to go here, guys. Thanks for watching. Really fun and jam-packed live chat today. Guys, comment below again. Anytime goal scorers, and if you think Carm's going to go 5-1, 1-5, 3-3, what is he going to go? 6-60? Let us know. But thanks for watching. We'll see you guys on Monday, same time, same place. All the best.
Late night college football this Saturday, the final game on the board, late night special. I don't want to say it's the dinner at bailout, but I do think there's some value in this game. I'm going to give you the point spread winner with analysis. San Diego State, Hawaii, late night, 11 p.m. Eastern
Coming
Saturday.
off a best bet sweep in college football week 10. College football week 11 is upon us. We've got more of those barking dogs. Of course, we're going to break down those top 25 games. Get a little look from behind the computer screen in the steam room from VR. Marco's Deli still rocking and rolling. If you guys have been following along there, another 6-2-1 week. Man, 27-17 on the season. And of course, we're going to try to sweep those best bets again up next on Bet On It. Kelly Stewart here, VR in the middle, Marco sitting there in the third chair. Guys, this has been a really great week outside of my Kansas State Wildcats, and we're going to try to run it back here with the TV games. Marco, this is a game that I'm going to be getting involved in, but I'm really curious to see your thoughts on this Big 12 matchup, 12 p.m. Eastern. Number 8, BYU, catching 10.5. Now, I know this is one that's kind of went back and forth. At Texas Tech, number 9 in the country, 53.5. And I lied. VR is going to touch on this game. I'm just so excited, you guys. Like when you have that great week, like I did opening line report with Teddy on Monday morning, if you guys haven't seen that yet. And it was so hard for me because I'm like, what do you mean, Teddy? I had a 4-1 week. What do you mean, Teddy? Like when you have a good week, you're giddy. You're excited for that next week coming up. And right now I'm excited. If you guys are excited, drop it in the comment section. Say something nice maybe for a change because we kicked ass last week. We're going to do it again this week. VR, tell me you like Texas Tech here.
Yeah, and right now in college football, Bet On It, 23-7, 23-7 overall. And 9-1 on these TV games. Now, I haven't released a premium play here, but I trust my power ratings. And I know I've gotten pushback in the comment section, but so far, I think we're ahead. Again, not every time is the team that I say is the better power rated team, like they're going to lose that next week. But what I'm trying to explain is they're overvalued. They're higher ranked than they should be. And as we've seen with a lot of these teams, the Miamis, the Georgia Techs, they'll start dropping in the rankings like they should. BYU, another perfect example. Now, this isn't a bet on Texas Tech. This is a fade of BYU because I do think Texas Tech is also a little bit higher than they should be on the rankings. But the difference is BYU's just way out there. In fact, BYU's not a top 10 team. BYU's not a top 20 team. BYU's barely a top 30 team power rating wise. And that's what we're looking to fade here. Now, the negative for Texas Tech is the recency bias. That's what's held me off from firing. They're coming off back-to-back wins where they scored 40 plus and outperformed the betting market. When a team does that, you expect a correction. That's what's kept me off Texas Tech. Had they not blown out Kansas State, had they not shut out Oklahoma State, I think we'd be laying 7.5, 8 here, and then we'd be firing a 4% play. But they got it up to double digits. That's keeping me off of getting to the window. And I think it's enticing BYU money, which I really do think is the wrong side. Listen, BYU's continues to not just win, but outperform the betting market. And I always talk about that. It's very efficient. It's going to correct. And when you're winning like BYU is, and not just covering games, but winning outright as an underdog, like that's really outperforming. It's very hard to sustain that. So for me, it's a fade of BYU here. I like the Texas Tech side. Again, more about BYU real quickly. Strength of schedule, barely top 50th strength of schedule. And with this easy schedule like that, don't even have a top 20 offense, barely have a top 20 defense, barely have a top 20 offense. Lay the points here with Texas Tech. They should win this one by 3+ touchdowns. I haven't gotten to the window yet, but I do like the Texas Tech side.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get to the window on the Texas Tech side. We'll kind of see. You mentioned that BYU money. All jokes aside, my dad, when I talked to him this morning, he loves BYU. You guys know what to do. This reminds me of last week's matchup when I leaned Cincinnati early in the week, and Marco said, "Not so fast, Kelly. You need to be paying attention to this Utah team." I'm going to say this. Yes, Texas Tech blew out Kansas State last week, but yes, be wary. That fourth quarter was a little bit more indicative of the defense being a little bit tired and K-State basically puking all over themselves. Marco D'Angelo, you're going to have to wait a few more minutes because I'm going to break down the 3:30 p.m. Eastern game number 3, Texas A&M -7.5 at number 19, Missouri. 48.5 here is the total right now on the odds logic screen. Kind of different thought process here, right? I know that I've been wanting to fade Texas A&M several times this year, and I haven't really found great spots. There was a couple of different opportunities where they did not cover, but Texas A&M is looking like a solid team like they've been paying for the last decade. But this Mizzou team, not only as a home underdog, 17-9, they are on an epic run here. 22-9-1 against the spread, coming off their bye. You guys remember they ended up losing that game to Vanderbilt 2 weeks ago, despite having over 100 yards as an edge, right? So we want to kind of look for those teams. Yes, the third-ranked Aggies. Everybody wants to talk about them, but VR talks about power ratings. I'll get with him here in a minute to see where he has the Aggies rated, but they're definitely not a top 5 team. Missouri's run defense, I think, is going to be able to stifle that offense. We're going to kind of keep an eye on it. Colin Klein's name's been thrown out a lot, not just for Kansas State, but I've heard Oklahoma State, Arkansas for head coaching jobs. Eventually, some of that chatter kind of gets in the way of some of these teams, so keep in mind there. I haven't got to the window with Mizzou money line just yet, but no, they're on my long list to possibly make my 3-team underdog parlay. VR, really quick before we get to Marco, Can you tell me where you have A&M rated in your power ratings?
A&M's not in my top 10 yet. They have not cracked the top 10. I'm telling you now. I would make Penn State favored over Texas A&M on a neutral field. I really would. I would make Michigan a pick 'em against them. I would make USC a pick 'em against them. Like that's where they are, and that's moving them up as well. I actually have Missouri in my top 20. So Missouri's not all that far behind Texas A&M. I'm tempted to get to the window with Missouri too. It's only a matter of time before the wheels fall off for Texas A&M. They're not finishing this season undefeated. If they do, they're just going to get blown out in the playoffs anyway by a real team.
There you go. Some of those early playoff lines are out, and some of them are a little more shocking. We'll get to one of those during the Barking Dog segment. Marco, is this dog barking? Long list, I looked to try to make a case for LSU, unranked, catching double digits at number 4 Alabama. The total is 50.5. We all know that little situation, teams firing their head coach. Are they on your radar?
Well, Kelly, normally that's exactly where I would start in a game like this, is looking at the team that fired the coach. And especially they had 2 weeks to prepare for this game. The new interim coach takes over. But in this instance, there's 2 reasons why I'm not going to do it. All right. LSU is sitting at 5-3. Okay. They came into the season, and I'll be honest, I was high on them, and I did have them in that first game against Clemson. We had a large play on them. We liked them a lot. I thought they were a legitimate national championship contender. The quarterback has underperformed. The offense in general has underperformed all year. In my opinion, they waited too long to make this change. And granted, when you have a coach like Brian Kelly, you're not going to fire him immediately, but you saw the signs of this all season. And then after the Texas A&M game, when they just absolutely had a pathetic second half, they had the lead at half, and they came out and got the doors blown off them. They had no choice. It's too late in the season. How does this team get excited? Yeah, they're 5-3. They can still go to a bowl game. What bowl game are they going to go to? How do you sell that to a team that really thought they would be playing in the playoffs and have a chance for the national championship? That's why I'm not buying the coaching angle, jumping on the team there. The other reason is Alabama had a bye week as well. And going into the bye week, they had a scare. They played South Carolina, and I got a lot of grief when I gave out South Carolina that week as a play on shows. A lot of pushback because how could you go against Alabama? And it was the spot. It was a horrible spot for Alabama coming off a big game the week before, then going into their bye week and having LSU coming out of the bye. They were going to look past South Carolina. South Carolina had been losing. And what happened? South Carolina took them to the fourth quarter. It was late. The game was tied before Alabama got the last touchdown and won by 7 late in the fourth quarter. They're going to be focused for this game. That's why I'm not stepping in front of them. I'm going to go ahead, take Alabama. I'm going to lay the number here. Yes, LSU, they've lived on their defense all year. But, guys, let's be honest. This defense has been struggling lately. Last 2 games, they gave up 31 and 49 points. Their rush defense, and that's important. When a team's got a lead and, laying points, you want that team that's got the lead to be able to run the ball and be successful. Well, the last 4 games, the LSU rush defense has given up 166, 193, 239, and 224. They're getting worse. Let's go ahead, lay it with Alabama here.
Oh, that was kind of a shocker. I totally expected that situational spot from Marco. Very good analysis. VR, let's get into your Steam Room. Guys, if you're new here, you can catch VR Steam Room on Sundays before NFL, but you can catch a mini version of it on Saturdays for college football with me on WagerTalk's Last Call, where we go through a ton of college football info leading up until kickoff. I hope you guys have your odds logic screens open, because VR is going to run through this one rapid fire.
Yep, just going to run down some of the moves that already I've seen confirmation. And what I mean is multiple groups on the same side without resistance. That's the key, especially in college football, where you don't really have the look-aheads that you do in the NFL. So let's start off with the Saturday action. We'll pass on the weekday action. Drop down the Army against Temple. Because anytime that's gotten the bet up to 7, above 7, you've seen some take back on the Temple side. That's one of those where it looks like the real move's on the Temple, just hoping it gets bet up, that the Army side gets bet up. Drop down to Stanford against North Carolina. On the opener got hit at +9, +8.5, +8, all the way down to where it sits now at about a touchdown. So a lot of love on Stanford against North Carolina. Indiana over Penn State. This is one of the more one-sided public games as well. Indiana is one of those teams that is getting love every week at the window. It's up over 2 touchdowns now. That was sharp money, but rest assured, it's the public that's pushing it up. Other team, I'm bringing up Ohio State, they're just getting bet blindly every single week. And usually what happens with the betting syndicates when they see that is they'll bet those teams as well and then middle it. Because betting Ohio State at -28.5 when you know it's going to get above 30, because by Saturday, once the betting public starts getting involved on Ohio State, this will get into the 30s, 31 possibly or so. That's when you'll see some take back on the underdog. So be careful with the top 1, 2, and 3 teams that in the rankings, because they're well aware that those are the teams that are going to attract the most public money. Drop down to Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan, that got hit on the money line. Also 1.5 on the Eastern Michigan side. And what else was sticking out real fast? Sorry. Oh, where was that? Yes, Arkansas State against Southern Miss, because I saw money line action. That's what I wanted to pass along. When you see them sprinkling at the same time. So taking the Arkansas State plus the points and on the money line, home dog there against Southern Miss. I like that side as well. And we'll end it with Oregon State, one of the late games on the board that got action at the opener. Haven't even seen resistance up over 20. So when it got bet below 20, usually when it gets up over 20, you'll see some take back. Has not happened yet. So legit move on Oregon State. Tomorrow, pay attention to your odds logic screen, or at the very least, the free on screen at WagerTalk. The totals will get hit throughout the day. You'll be able to confirm some. So you should already go in with the totals you like, under or over. You start seeing the market go in that direction. Get the best of the number before it's gone. So that's going to do it for this week's college football steam. Hope you do some damage.
All right, we're going to get right into those barking dogs. And this is one that was on my radar as well, Marco. Auburn, why is another team that fired their coach last week on your radar with a shot to win outright?
All right, at the sake of sounding like I'm bipolar, now I am going to take the team that fired the coach because
Marco, are you off your meds again?
Again?
Yeah.
Listen, the comment section last week asked that.
Well, they did, and it was my picks in the NFL. They were, very concerned that I was, off my meds. Well, I can tell you what, not that I actually need the meds, but the one pill that I definitely don't need, I don't need the little blue pill this week after Carolina come home outright last week. So definitely there. We're okay. So thanks for everybody worried about the meds there. But with this one, let's go ahead. We are going to look to the firing of the head coach because this will be a spark. We have that in play to start with. Hugh Freeze, this has been a disappointing year. This team has lost all these games in a row. They have been in games and found ways to lose them. But this is where I jump in. You get that change. You get that jolt of adrenaline, spark, whatever you want to call it, because the players are going to play hard this week because they want to prove it wasn't them. It was the coach. It wasn't them. We're going to get that out of Auburn this week. But we have a second side to the story here, Kelly, the Vanderbilt side. Has there ever been a better classic spot to say lose the same game twice? Vanderbilt was getting their doors blown off on Saturday at Texas. What a dose of reality for them. But then all of a sudden, and I don't, and I watched it and I still don't believe what I saw because I was holding a Texas -3 ticket and got the push. The situation with Vanderbilt coming all the way back, converting 2 2-point conversions, and the one, I still say he didn't break the plane. I don't know what they were looking at, but they ended up with a push. You come all the way back like that and almost win the game. And now, all of the hype that you had in the Cinderella season, that was the dream crusher game for me, losing that one to Texas for Vanderbilt. I always say also, when you got a dog that plays their guts out and comes up short and they go from a dog to the favorite the next week, I want no part of the favorite. All of that lines me up on Auburn here. And then you got a ranked team versus an unranked team playing at home and lines less than a touchdown. All of your alarms should be going off in your house that something's wrong there. They're begging you to take that home favorite that's ranked under the touchdown. I ain't buying it. I'm taking Auburn plus the points. Let's call it Auburn 23-21. Little upset for the new coach.
Ooh. All right. This is the name of the game here in Barking Dogs, where we're rooting for underdogs to win the game outright. And you guys both won yours last week.
Yep.
I did not, but that's another story for another time. VR, you have a team that is also on my long list here on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Tell me why you think Wake Forest has a shot to win this game.
Yeah, put it on the short list. 7-3 on the dogs. 5 of those came in on the money line, including Penn State, UCLA over Penn State, if you remember back in the day. Now, with that said, I know it's boring, but this is what's been making me money. Over and over and over again. I try to keep it simple. I don't try to make it harder than it needs to be. Don't need to be the smartest guy in the room. I have a really, really, really good set of power ratings that I trust from one gentleman, and it's been making me college football money year in and year out and putting me at number one up over 130 units so far in 2025. And here's what they tell me about this Virginia team. They're as phony as you can get. When I look at the rankings and I saw that Virginia's ranked 14th, let me tell you where they're power rated. They're not in the top 10, that's for sure. Fortunately, they're not, thank God, they're not in the ranking top 10. They're not in the top 15. They're not in the top 20, not in the top 25, not in the top 30, not in the top 35, not in the top 40, not in the top 45, not in the top 50. They just cracked the top 55. That's where Virginia sits power rating wise. There are 50 teams in college football that would be favored over Virginia on a neutral field. That's the truth. That doesn't mean the books would make those 50 teams favored, because I'll keep repeating it. The book's job is to manage risk so that they profit. It's not to predict outcomes of sporting events. That's not what they do, okay? Virginia has the 70th toughest strength of schedule. And yet, with that 70th toughest strength of schedule, they're barely a top 50 offense. They're barely a top 70 defense. They just cracked the top 70. And they've just happened to get lucky with a nice, easy schedule. They've had 2 games that were difficult for them. Florida State and Louisville, where they were underdogs. Every other game, they were favored. They did what they're supposed to. They won the game. When they were a dog, first game of the season or second game of the season, NC State, they lost. They won 2 games that were hard for them, where they were dogs. Louisville and Florida State. If you click that box score, what you'll see that both Louisville and Florida State dominated Virginia, destroyed them. If you just looked at the box score, you would think Virginia got annihilated. But then you'll find out one of those 2 teams fumbled the ball 6 times and had 2 interceptions. The other team fumbled the ball 4 times and had 2 interceptions. They got lucky that those opponents played their absolute worst brand of football. And don't go telling me that the defense created those turnovers, because we're talking about the 70th best defense efficient-wise in college football. So they're not creating nothing is what they're doing. Give me Wake Forest plus the points. I don't even like Wake Forest. They're a shit team too. But they're catching points from a real overvalued team. Fade Virginia, sprinkle the money line. Wake Forest gets the money. What are they? Plus 6.5. Buy it up to 7. Don't lay more than 124. If you got to lay more than 124 for the half point, don't do it. Just take the 6.5. We're not even going to need that. But, we're in the business of placing good bets. So if you could buy the half point, you do it. Up to 124 only to get the 7.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Wake Forest is a shit team, and that is my genuine.
Sorry.
Listen, I don't mind betting mediocre teams, but betting on bad teams is so incredibly frustrating.
It is.
And we talk about betting on numbers, not teams. And I understand that is a lot of what we do. And, catching 6, 6.5, 7 with these bad teams is fine. But wanting them to win outright is a lot more difficult, right?
It is.
To get that backdoor cover is not what I want. I want to see a team give me 4 quarters of effort, and you think we're going to get that from Wake Forest, even though they're a shit team.
Yep.
Okay.
No, you're right. And honestly, I shouldn't even think that, they can't win, because I'm placing it because I think that I had that mistake last week in the NFL, where because I like Minnesota and we had that same discussion, and you're like, you think they could win the game? And I'm like, I don't think so. You know what I mean?
And then they did.
Exactly. Exactly. So you shouldn't overthink it. If you like the underdog and your work's pointing you to the underdog, then they probably have a shot, unless they're like a 30-point dog, and you should sprinkle.
Yeah, well, you did call UCLA over Penn State, so that's
you get lucky sometimes.
This is probably the biggest underdog to ever cash in the Barking Dogs segment. All right, I'm going to take Iowa plus 6.5. We're all going with the under touchdown underdogs here, and bottom line, I'm taking Iowa, the better defense here. 8-1 against the spread as a single-digit Big Ten home underdog in their last 9 tries. 6-1 against the spread this year. Now, I understand Oregon had a nice road win already this year in the Big Ten at Penn State there in overtime, but they also lost to Indiana right afterwards at home by double digits. That 3-point loss to Iowa State is far in the rearview mirror for the Hawkeyes. And if you remember, they took that same Indiana team to the wire and had multiple shots to win it. Gronkowski, 68% on the season, and has rushed for over 225 yards with 8 touchdowns. This kid is a great quarterback. And normally we see these guys that stand in the pocket too long for Iowa. But with Brian Ferentz gone, this Iowa offense is different. And I think that they have an opportunity to not only cover this game, but win it there in Kinnick. Marco D'Angelo, the deli, as I mentioned to start the show, has just been rocking and rolling all season long. Guys, if you like the deli, you can watch it here on the college football edition of BetOn, on the NFL edition of BetOn, or on Fridays. We put out an entire deli segment.
Gold standard of sports betting shows where we talk walk the walk. Football Friday is here, and we are covering it all. We got college, we got NFL, everything in between. Yanni's going to get us started with the Steam Report. Teddy Covers going to join us, break down the Rams and 49ers, as well as BYU Texas Tech, and we're going to do another version of Sell Me. Marco's going to talk about Patriots, Buccaneers, Texas A&M, Missouri, and his sauce of the week. Dan's going to join us at the end, and we're going to go over our Pick 5 Super Contest picks. Thank you for joining us, everyone. No time to waste. Let's bring in Yanni, and let's talk Steam Report. Yanni, it's Friday. We got every sport pretty much except baseball. I know it's busy. Where do you want to start?
Anywhere, brother. Wherever it is, we're just red hot. Another winner on Thursday Night Football, 4% in the NFL. Now I think we're up to 12-2 on those primetime games. And there's the Sunday Night Football. I threw it in there for free. I usually separate the packages, but I gave all Sunday footballs in there. You get the Sunday nights already in there as well. So we can start with the NFL. We can start college. There's college football tonight. Why don't we start there?
Let's start there. What was your 4% play on the game to suck? That thing put football back 40 years.
Honestly, I didn't even watch it. I was doing UFC notes. I didn't even watch it. I just looked at the halftime to see if we're firing at halftime. I saw I was sitting in a good position, and that college basketball, we had like 11 plays, a little more volume than I expected. But yeah, it's just been so good, man. Like this, it's so good when you're getting line value and it turns out the right way. There's no better feeling than that, knowing you're on the right side. Here's what's going on in college football tonight. One-sided action on Houston. That's why that favorite has flipped. From Central Florida being the opener as the favorite. Now Houston is the favorite. Good two-way action on the total. That's why you haven't seen much movement there. Tulane, Memphis, I gave you that yesterday. Tulane was one of my premium plays. I gave it to my subscribers. That's actually in that 3-pack or 4-pack for tonight. We gave Tulane out at plus 4.5 for a 4% play. Also in that game, you're seeing over money from the public at about 54. Same thing with USC Northwestern. Balanced action on the side, no surprise, because it's a 2-touchdown spread. There was some sharp money on USC, but they're looking to lay 14 on USC. And then the over is completely one-sided. I'm a little bit surprised it's still sitting at 51. That should climb because it's like every bet on that total from the public's been on the over so far. I'm a little surprised I even see 50.5s out there. So we didn't bet it, or anyone that I share stuff with hasn't bet it, but it seems like there's got to be some sharp opinions on that under. Otherwise, that should have already moved up to 51.5, 52 or higher, just based on the volume that I'm already seeing. It's the late game, but there's already enough volume that usually they'd have bumped it.
We already have our first nice, sweet shirt. Yanni, love the shirt. Dan loves the shirt as well. It's awesome. Let's talk a little bit of college football on Saturday. Any big line moves?
Yeah, here's what I did. I narrowed down 10 of the positions that are legit. where we're not getting buyback. We've got multiple groups on them. Pick and choose what you guys like. One or two of these I think I used as premiums as well, but just signs, because totals, once they move too much, the value is always extracted. Start off 120. This is all Saturday. 123 Tulsa +5, +4.5. 136 Boston College +12 and +11. 143 Stanford +9 all the way down to +8. 150 Rutgers +1 and -1. 155 Georgia -7.5 above that key number. -8, -8.5. So they really like Georgia. 159 UAB +3, +2.5. 178 Colorado State +6 all the way down to 5. 179 Kansas +6, +5.5 and +5. Nevada 197 +10.5, +10 and +9.5. And finally, Notre Dame, as Joe likes to call them, Notre Dame -25.5, 26.5 and 27. Right now, I can tell you Notre Dame is my 5th power rated team. There's only 4 teams above them that would be favored. That's Ohio State, that's Oregon, that's Alabama, and Indiana. Believe it or not, that 6-2 Notre Dame team would be favored over Texas A&M's, over Georgia's, over Mississippi's, over Texas Tech, even over BYU. Even those undefeated teams, they would be favored over them.
I love it. I agree with you. And Notre Dame team, as you call it, is.
They're going to get in
really
the playoffs.
Good.
Watch.
Oh yeah, they will. Yeah, absolutely, they will. Yeah. A couple things happen, and they'll be in there, and
as long as
they'll probably be favorites. They'll probably be favorites. They'll like sneak in and then be favorites because the betting markets tell you the truth and tell you what's going on. So let's move to NFL. Any lines, any movement that we're seeing? Was your play under last night?
Couple moves real quick, and I'm going to share with you a shocker. I want to see what the viewers think of this. My updated NFL power ratings, my new number 1 team that would be favored over everyone else on a neutral field, Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay. All right. I see it. Yeah, I believe it 100%. One loss doesn't. They do this all, especially if it's playoffs.
Power rating wise, not ranking wise. Like they're top 10, but power rated wise, yes. The Chiefs. But here's some moves for you guys. Indianapolis, that's the game over there in Europe. They laid 5.5. They laid 6 as well. I know John Murray even said they hit Westgate with that. So they like Indianapolis to bounce back. 253 Cleveland +1. 259 Jacksonville +3, +2.5, all the way down to like +1.5. They just kept taking Jacksonville. The Rams 271. They took the Rams at -3 and 3.5. The Steelers +4.5 was the look ahead. They really messed that one up. They hit that look ahead at 4.5 down to 3.5, and then hit that as well. They also went under 46.5, 45.5, and 45 in that Sunday night game. Monday night, they took the Eagles laying 20 cents to get that +3 on Philadelphia on Monday night. And another total for you. I'll give you this one because I'm seeing a lot of over money from the public. Arizona, Seattle, public's going over. Sharps went under 45.5.
What was that look ahead line? You talk about the Steelers and Chargers?
4.5.
Okay. All right. So that what they're all over the Steelers?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Pittsburgh.
Okay, makes sense. Chargers got those injuries, the offensive line. Yeah, I get it.
Last year I had San Fran future. They all got injured. This year, Chargers future, they're all injured.
Oh, that Chargers team was awesome. They have those offensive linemen. Oh, they're great. That offense is really, there's some startling numbers about Herbert and the lack of time he has to throw when Joe Alt plays and when he doesn't play. So we'll see. Well, Pittsburgh's defense looked pretty good last week. We'll see if they fix something. So I'm with you. I love the Chargers. I'm rooting for them. They've been great props. Cashing props on Justin Herbert. Passing props have been really good. So anything in hockey or basketball?
I could give you 3 quick college basketball steam moves. A guy that I share information with, his group bet. We haven't bet college basketball yet today, the guys I'm working with. I'm like, what's going on? But we did bet an NBA game. 4%, the strongest bet on the board because I liked it. And then 2 different groups hit the same side. I'm like, yeah, I'm narrowing that down. Just 1 bet in NBA. But they did steam SIU Edwardsville +7. That's still on the board because they saw some resistance there. That game goes off, I think, in an hour and a half. Later on today, 679 Georgetown +6. And then Valparaiso +33. Big dog Valpo. And then in the NBA, 537 Cleveland -12.5. 542 Atlanta, Pick'em, and money line -1 and -2. 554 Milwaukee -3.5 and 4. And finally, 555 Cleveland -9 and 10. So not a lot of volume. Sorry, Oklahoma City, not Cleveland, Oklahoma City, -9.5 and 10. Not a lot of volume, but those are legit moves in college basketball and in the NBA.
Okay. What was the first play you said?
In the NBA, it was Cleveland -12.5, 537. And college basketball's SIU Edwardsville that goes off this morning.
Okay. All right.
I don't like Edwardsville myself, so I didn't use it.
I've come to a couple conclusions in UFC. We'll close out with a little UFC talk.
Yes,
I have Josh Hokett by finish.
Okay.
I think he steamrolls this guy. These grapplers that come in and try and be mixed martial artists, it works until you fight a legit guy. I've seen this. I've seen him in his grapple, and he's not even that great grapple. I think Hokett runs through him. I got that one by finish. That's going to be an apartment.
Let me throw 2 dogs at you and tell me your opinion because I haven't used them, but I was trying to get confirmation because sharp sides. I just don't have a strong opinion. Tisha Pennington and where the other and Barcelos.
Tisha Pennington, yeah, it's dog or pass. Both of those, dog or pass. Those lines are out of whack.
That's what the plus EV guys think. That's dog or pass.
Yeah, you got Barcelos who's on the special vitamins. You're not betting against him, and then you got Tisha Pennington wins rounds because she screams.
Yeah.
She's one of the best at throwing punches that don't land, but she's like, yeah, and everyone's like, oh, she must be landing punches, and then they don't, and then they just give her the round. So you always want to be on that side. So, all right, Yanni, what do you have up for everyone?
All right, I told you when we're free rolling and we got house money, we're going to look to do some damage. Already tonight, I isolated just the strongest NBA game on the board. One strong 4%. That package is up there. I have a 3-pack in college football for tonight. You know how them primetime games have done for us. Saturday, college football, MMA package as well. No 5%. It's not necessary. The 4% went 5-1 last week. They did just as well in the NFL. So we're going to keep rolling with that. Sunday NFL package is also up. And like I said, I added the Sunday night game since I confirmed position that I like. And we're just going to turn in another winning weekend. And again, college basketball has started out just like college football. So get on board. And don't forget, Steam Room is Sunday. I'll be back for last call on Saturday morning and Sunday morning. Best of luck to you, Andy, and your subscribers, and everyone else coming up to share their information today.
Thanks, Yanni. Have a great weekend. Can't wait to see you again on Monday. Hopefully we got a bunch of cashed tickets. Let's see what's going on here. Yes, Rob. Instant classic, that Broncos Raiders. Instant classic. David, Pennington's a boring fighter. Yes, but she does win, and when you're getting plus money, it's no better time to bet on a fighter when they sneak out those rounds and you're getting plus 145 on a fight that really should be close to a pick 'em. Not much for me last night. Lost a small prop on Cortland Sutton over his receiving. Pretty obvious there was going to be no offense in that one. Split in NHL, so not exciting. NFL props pack is up. If you haven't locked that in, you get all of our plays Sunday and Monday. We've got 3 NBA plays that are up, but again, don't buy the package. Buy 7 days. It's marked down to $69. You're going to get NBA and NHL play. So don't buy the package. Buy a week. Give us a week to see what we can do for you in the props market. 12-6 in the NBA this season. So really off to a good start. And we've got a UFC pack that is up. There's going to be 2 plays in that one. right, let's bring in Teddy Covers. While we're doing that, guys, please, algorithm boost, hit the like button while you're sitting here watching. We got tons of great information on Football Friday. Happy Friday, Teddy. How are you?
Happy Friday, Andy. Nice to be here.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Let's start with college football. Let's talk this BYU Texas Tech. Interesting game. Two top 10 ranked teams. I believe you could say pretty big playoff implications. And just looking up on the game, just the same question keeps coming up: is this BYU team for real? And it's like that's kind of the question coming into it. So, what's your take on this game?
Well, this game will help explain why bettors pay absolutely no attention to the rankings. By the sharp bettors. BYU came out in the first initial college football playoff rankings. They're ranked higher than Texas Tech, which is certainly something that I'm sure Texas Tech will notice. And yet, even with BYU ranked as the higher team in the initial ratings, here's Texas Tech. They're not just laying a little bit. Looking at my Odds Logic live odds screen right now, I'm seeing more 10.5s than 10s out there for the Red Raiders. Total sitting at 51.5/52.5, depending on where you bet it. And that's not a sharp square divide, by the way, for that total. I'm seeing sharp books at 51.5, between sharp books at 52.5. It's just a little bit of randomness on that total right now. But yeah, BYU ranked 7th, just one of 4 unbeaten teams still remaining. They had the win against Utah, obviously, and a team that has certainly shown the ability to win in hostile environments like what they're going to see this weekend. But when it comes to betting market respect, BYU hasn't gotten it at any point this season, and the markets aren't giving it to them in this game either. Why? Well, let's start with this. Texas Tech's really freaking good, and the markets know that, and the markets have been respecting the Red Raiders all year. And all Texas Tech has done is take care of business. Now, we know what the recruiting class did this past offseason. We know what the defense has done for Texas Tech. And one of the strengths that BYU usually has, we saw it very much on display in their win, their come-from-behind win at Iowa State a couple of weeks ago. The Cougars don't have your traditional player developmental systems. You've got a bunch of kids that come in and they have a mission. They have a 2-year mission that they have to go on. So what happens for BYU is that you get older kids. The older kids are more physically mature. And that leads to strength in the trenches for BYU. And they're able to blow bad teams off the football on both sides of the ball. That's been the essence of their success this season is, Bachmeier's been good at QB. Yeah, the receivers have made some plays. But their strength in the trenches has been the absolute difference. Think back to the Utah game where the Utes got stopped again and again in those short yardage situations. They're big. They're physical. They're a little bit older than many of the kids they face, and that gives them a legit edge against most teams. I'm not convinced it gives them any edge against Texas Tech because the success of the Red Raiders this year, we talk a lot about the skill position talent for Texas Tech. We talk about the quarterback. Listen, they've had, QB injuries all season. But the real strength of the Red Raiders has been in the trenches, particularly on the defense side of football. This defense is nasty. And this defense has blown up one line of scrimmage after the next all season long. Again, look at the total. We're looking at 51.5, 52.5. Better. The markets aren't expecting a shootout in this one. They're not expecting a wild up and down affair. They're expecting the defenses to control the flow. I do too. I lean under in this ball game, and I certainly lean Texas Tech. That being said, I've lost betting against this BYU team already this season enough that I don't really think I'm not excited about stepping in front of them. But I feel like one game they're going to get smashed, and this one may well be that game. And the fact they're ranked higher than Texas Tech right now is another reason to think that. The betting market certainly think it. Lean favorite, lean under for Cougars, Red Raiders. Early start Saturday.
All right, Teddy, we've got a really great comment on our YouTube shorts from Common Sense. He says, I'll buy the package if you give me a winning play in the Houston UCF game tonight. All right, quick pick in that one, Teddy.
I can only take Houston in that game. And we talk about what the betting markets respect and what they don't respect. This is very clear. The betting markets have not respected Houston at any point this season. They haven't looked at the Cougars and say, oh, we love this statistical profile. They haven't looked at the Cougars and say, hey, this team's real. All they've said is, yeah, Houston, meh. And I have no problems in situations where teams that I've seen enough to think they're pretty good and the betting markets are meh. Houston or pass for me. I get that maybe a circle the wagons game for UCF, but I'm not sure circle the wagons this year. They're rough. And the bounce house isn't what it was, in the heyday. Friday night national TV game at the bounce house was a big deal. In 2025, less of a big deal with this UCF.
It's a little deflated bounce house. It's like the bounce house as the air is kind of being let out of it at the end of the birthday party.
Yeah. You don't want it flying off and injuring people.
Yes, I agree with you. It's Houston or pass. I'll play for some fun. I'll take the under. That UCF team was awful last week. Turnovers galore. Couldn't get anything going. So Teddy's got Houston. I'll take the under on that one, and we'll ask Marco coming up what his opinion on the game is. So awesome stuff, Common Sense. Appreciate you, and thanks for taking the time to comment and like the video. All right, Teddy, let's move to the NFL. Great kind of rivalry. I think we can call this a rivalry. Rams 49ers. Always interesting coaching matchup between these two. What's your breakdown of the Rams and 49ers?
Yeah, so, the Rams tied for the best record in the NFC. One of 4 teams tied for the best record in the NFC. The 49ers just a half game behind. We've seen this series be a dog series, to put it mildly. The last 10 times between these two division rivals. You know what the largest favorite to cover was? -1. Okay. Dog 8-2 in the last 10 meetings. None of the 5 meetings since 2023 have been decided by more than a touchdown. They've been all tight games, one after the next, just like the first meeting between these two teams this year. It's hard to lay points in this environment, given A, the success of the Dogs in this series, and B, the success Shanahan has had against McVay. Again, the series history, everything's pointing towards San Francisco in this ballgame, except one factor. And that's LA's the better team. They're really the better team. And LA's in revenge. They lost 26-23 in overtime in October. Yards per play in that game that the Rams lost to the 49ers. LA, 7.1 yards per play. San Fran, 4.9. But what happened? San Fran went 3 for 3 on 4th down. LA finished -2 in turnovers. And then in overtime, LA went for it on 4th down and didn't make it instead of going for the tying field goal. And it's worth noting both Rams losses this year. They've had a chance to win at the end. Well, remember the other one in Philadelphia where they had the game-winning field goal attempt brought back the other way on the final play of the game. San Fran was the only other loss they've had this season. It's a loss that they're certainly going to remember. And, of course, Matthew Stafford leads the NFL in touchdown passes, second in the NFC with more than 2,100 passing yards. You read the quotes from Sean McVay. I think he's pushing the ball. He's understanding situationally, though, what's the right way to be able to play it. I have total confidence in where you can call the game through him. He's done a great job of taking care of the football. San Fran has alternated wins and losses each of the last 7 ball games. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. And that's what you expect from a team that has the type of injury situation that San Fran had. Maybe it's better than we expect from a team like that has the injury situation that the 49ers have had. It's been ugly for San Francisco in that regard, and it's not really getting all that much better. Brock Purdy's not going to play here. One of many 49ers who have been injured. And, of course, San Fran is coming off a nice win. Again, they were very unhappy with the way they played the previous week. They went and faced the Giants last week and beat a bad team by margin on the road. Now they got to face a good team. When it comes to home field edge, I don't look at the 49ers as having a big home field edge in the modern era. I know this one's at home. They won in LA. I think LA can win here. But it's hard to lay points in this series. This is the slightest of leans. This is not a bet. This is not a game that I'm going to bet on. But I can only take the Rams in this one. The Rams are the better. Even with the series history, the way LA lost the first meeting, the fact that LA is the better of these two teams, the fact that the Rams could easily be 8-0 right now. We can talk about them in a very different point spread range. But it's been all sharp money for LA this week. I don't disagree with that. I would think we'll see a focused quality performance from the better squad. Rams are pass for this better on Sunday.
This is interesting. This made my pick 5 super contest card that I do on Bet Online. I actually took the points with the 49ers. I'm just playing the trend of how the series has gone. It's just like when you get points in this series, I just kind of take it. Dan made an incredible call on the Thursday night game, not getting burned in Survivor by the last Thursday night game. So yeah, I'll roll the dice and take the points in that one. So, but I can't say it's like the strongest opinion of the week for sure in that one. All right, let's do Sell Me. But before we do that, Teddy, tell everyone what you have up for clients over at WagerTalk.
Sure. I mean, it's multi-sport season, man. It's November. We got NBA up for tonight. We got college football up tonight. We got NFL up for Sunday. The card will continue to be loaded throughout the course of the day. So you'll have the full college and NFL card loaded before Friday is through. Again, visit the website, wagertalk.com. Got my homepage, wt.buzz/TC. I did not have a good weekend last weekend, so pressure's on. I expect to bounce back strong.
All right, Dan, come on in here. It is time for the segment Sell Me. If you haven't watched, first off, thank you for joining. If this is your first time watching, this is how the segment works. Dan randomly picks an NFL game, and then he gives Teddy a team and me a team, and we have to impromptu style try and sell Dan on why our team is going to cover the spread. So, Dan, I'm not in Survivor anymore, so you can't give me a team that I'm going against. So let's see the team, or let's see the game that you've picked here.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we have some great games this week. We got that Sunday night football game, Pittsburgh and LA Chargers, Rams game that Teddy was just talking about. Coming up, Marco's going to be talking this Bucks game against New England. So really, all of those pale in comparison to this matchup, gentlemen. And that is the Cleveland Browns and the New York Football Jets. So this one opens up. The Jets are favored. What? The Jets are favored, and then they trade essentially their entire team, and now you're seeing the Cleveland Browns as 2-point road chalk. So, gentlemen, I think this is the first edition of Sell Me in which I don't want either of these sides, but somebody has to sell me on a side. Teddy, the line moved with you because you are breaking down why the Cleveland Browns and that solid defense should be road chalk, despite the fact that Dylan Gabriel is still their quarterback. And Andy Lang, you're going to have to try and sell me on a New York Jets team that, they're the Jets. I mean, there's not much more I can say than they are the Jets. Teddy, road chalk. We're laying it with the Cleveland Browns. At least that's what you have to sell me on.
Oh, Cleveland, making the case for Cleveland's easy. I'm glad you didn't have to give me the Jets in this ballgame, but this is real simple. Two teams coming off a bye week. Cleveland went into the bye off a really, really crappy showing. They went to New England, and it was ugly. They fell behind. And actually, they played a good first half, and then by midway through the first quarter, it was blowout central against them. So you have a bad team, off a loss going into the bye. Now they're home chalk against an equally bad team, maybe worse team, coming off a win and going into the bye. The last thing you want is a miserable team that just said, we did it. We got our win. Let's go take 2 weeks off. And that's the situation you're going to find the Jets in for this one. So Cleveland has a defense that we trust. They're not a team that can fall behind and rally back, but the good thing is they're facing the Jets offense. Browns, clear choice for this better.
Well, Andy, it's not an easy task you have, but at least the Browns don't know how to scout the Jets. Their defense looks completely different. So the element of surprise, Andy, sell me on the New York Jets.
I'm going to take the same stand. This is an easy case to make for the Jets. A lot of momentum coming off of a win, but I'm throwing all stats and breakdowns out the window. One of my good friends, Jim, diehard Jets fan, his entire family. This would be the Jetsiest thing ever for them to trade their entire team to get a better draft pick and then win. It would be the most Jets thing to do ever. I'm looking at their schedule. They got Browns. They're not going to win at Patriots, not going to win at Ravens, not going to win Falcons. They got the Dolphins at home. It would be the jetsiest thing ever for them to beat the Dolphins. They're not going to win at Jags. They're at Saints. It would be the jetsiest thing for them to win at the Saints. I got them winning 3 games to completely ruin their plan, and then they're going to screw up the draft, and then they'll go, why did we trade everybody? Jets money line.
Wow. Well, RJ Arsenault saying unwatchable, unbettable. We're not talking about the Thursday night football game anymore, RJ. We're on to this next game of the Browns and the Jets, and Titans following in that same thought for you, Andy. Just traded their best players. Just watch. Major question marks, guys. Which one were you sold on? A favorite that is no longer a favorite. One of my favorite segments of the week, though, that always cashes, is Sell Me. So, Teddy, thank you, my friend, and best of luck this week, man.
Cheers. Thank you. I'll take all the luck I can get, brother.
Thanks, Teddy. Teddy covers everybody. Some of the best breakdowns in the business. Thank you, Adrian. Yes, give me the money. Listen, I'm telling you guys.
It does feel very Jets-like.
This is like this was like when my buddy Jim was super excited that the Jets were going to draft Tyler Warren, because he's like, we need a really good explosive player, and they drafted some lineman, and then Warren ends up being this amazing tight. It's just classic Jets. They cannot get out of their own way. Even when they do something smart.
How do they win this? How do they win this game? Because they're the Jets. Yeah.
It'll be like a pick six, a fumble on a kickoff. It's so Jets and they'll do it right after they trade everybody. That's going to be the best. Like, hey, we made some smart moves. We got a bunch of draft picks. Let's win a game right
and
after.
For what it's worth, when he's saying, it's unbettable, it's on, but yes, we like this Browns defense. This Browns defense is great, but against the pass, they're a little bit susceptible. Now, I know that it's Justin Fields who's throwing the ball, but Garrett Wilson may be back in this game. You have Breece Hall, who he didn't get traded, so now he's auditioning for his next role. He's a good receiving back that the Browns sometimes have fits with. So, Andy, I kind of gave you the side of the way that I lean. I'm not laying points with either of these teams, right? So it was just give me the dog. So
absolutely. All right, RJ, Panthers with the points. I'm assuming you're talking Carolina Panthers, Florida Panthers. Which Panther? There's a lot of Panthers. There's a lot of teams.
There are a lot of Panthers.
Panthers and Wildcats and Tigers. Now that we got all these sports going, we gotta be specific which sports we're talking about. So, Frank brings up the Jets would have gotten Trevor Lawrence if they didn't win. Remember when the Texans, Lovie Smith's last game, they won a random game they had no business winning. It happens.
Why are we acting like Trevor Lawrence is some prize that they really missed out on, though? You know what I mean?
That's true. Could have ruined their franchise. It could have gotten worse. So, because Trevor Lawrence at least gives you hope, and then it's just a massive Jacksonville disappointment. So, all right, let's bring on Marco. We're going to talk some Patriots, Bucks, Texas A&M, Missouri, and his sauce of the week. Marco, happy Friday and happy birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Looking forward to keeping this winning streak going for the birthday. It's been quite a run the last 8 days.
It's awesome when you win on your birthday. It's just like the best feeling ever. We're going to get into your winning streak, but Patriots and Bucks. This one actually, I think, made my card for the pick 6 or pick 5 contest. I got a strong opinion on this game, and I'm interested in what your take is and see if we came to the same conclusion here. Bucks are -2.5 over under 48. What's your breakdown of this game?
Well, when you look at this game, automatically you're looking and seeing that New England, hottest team in the NFL, they've rolled off 6 in a row. And New England has been doing it both offensively and defensively. Only one team has scored more than 23 points against New England this year. But it's got to be noted that, Tampa's played the tougher schedule to date. Tampa's right behind them at 6-2. And the 2 losses were to Philadelphia and at Detroit on a Monday night game. So no shame there. Tampa comes in off their bye week. If there's ever a team that needed the bye week at the right time, I think that was Tampa. This is a team that's been banged up all season, and they keep finding ways to win. And that, goes right to their quarterback, Baker Mayfield. What a season he's had. He's played, hurt at times, but yet he's such a warrior, and they feed off of him. You look at it, Tampa is a defense that forces turnovers. Last 4 games, they have forced 10 turnovers, and that's been key in a lot of their wins. Now, the Pats generally take care of the football, but in the last 2 games, they've got 4 turnovers, 2 by fumble, 2 interceptions. Drake May, what can you say? He came in middle of the season last year, took over at quarterback, and really has never looked back. And if you want to say from the rookie crop last year, he's probably performed the best moving into the second season. We always talk about that sophomore jinx. He hasn't hit it. He's playing well. I've got to be impressed with him. And let's be honest. Is there a teaser this week that looks better than taking New England plus the points? New England, at that 2.5 number, that's the perfect teaser. You got a low total, tease them up over the touchdown. That looks just way too good to pass up. And I'll be honest, I'm tempted to take it. But I got to tell you, this Tampa Bay team coming off the bye, Baker Mayfield, just something about that swagger he brings to this team, playing at home. I think they find a way to get the job done. We're getting a number that is under a field goal, and even though that's the trigger point for the teaser, for me, it's the trigger point for the straight bet. Getting Tampa at home under a field goal, that's the way I'm going to line up. It's Tampa Bay for me. Great season for New England. Hats off to Vrabel, first year coach in New England. Should have been probably the guy hired last year, but they got it right this year. But I'm going to go with Tampa Bay in this one.
I'm with you. I got to the same exact conclusion. I can't get over this Keyshawn Boutte and Ramondre Stevenson injuries. Without Boutte in there, they cannot stretch the field. And this is a Tampa Bay team that has a really good rush defense, and it's going to be easier to defend the pass. I agree completely with you. I got there the exact same way, and this definitely made the super contest picks for me. So glad we're on the same side in that one. All right, Texas A&M versus Missouri. Is this right, Marco? Am I reading that Missouri is down to their 3rd string quarterback, that they're just like all banged up there? If that's true, God, what a tough spot. Fantastic defense, Texas A&M. They're 7-point favorites. What's your breakdown on this one?
Yeah, they lost Bo Priblia last week. He's out for the season. Matt Zollers comes in, gets the start. True freshman, and this is going to be the last true freshman to start a game at quarterback for Missouri. You got to go back to 2015. That quarterback's name, Drew Lock. He finished out the final 8 games of the season that year, and he went on to do okay at Missouri, if you remember correctly. Both teams are coming off a bye last week. Now, obviously, because of the injury to Missouri, them having the bye week is going to benefit them more because that gives them 2 weeks to work the new quarterback in. Matt Zollers, there's things that he does. The coaching staff's high on it, gives them an advantage because there's not a lot of film on him. And what film there is on him, remember, when he got into games, it was either in a mop-up role or a blowout, and they're running the game plan that was for the other quarterback. Now you've got 2 weeks to work on his strengths, have a game plan that complements those strengths, and Texas A&M doesn't really know what to expect yet. If he can deliver, Missouri's got a great shot in this game. Why? Because have you looked at this Missouri defense? This defense is for real. 242 yards per game. That's all they're allowing. And going back to the quarterback, what do we always say? If you've got a running game, you're going to make an average quarterback good. If you got a good quarterback, you're going to make him great if you got a good running game. Well, Missouri runs at 5.3 yards per play, 236 yards per game. If they can get the running game going in this one, it's going to help them out. They can stay in this game. And now let's look at Texas A&M. There's not a lot that you can say bad about Texas A&M. They're undefeated. They're 3rd ranked in the country. But when you've got a team that's in uncharted water, and Texas A&M hasn't been this relevant for a long time, and being undefeated this late in the season, you start to get that weight, that you're carrying, that undefeated season, the national playoffs, the national championship. And sometimes, and I'm not going to say it's going to happen for sure, but we've seen it all too many times, The later you get in the season with these teams that haven't been there before, all of a sudden you start to play not to lose instead of playing to win. And that's not what you want to do, laying a touchdown on the road. I'm going to go ahead and go with Missouri plus the points here. I think they keep this one close, and it comes right down to the end. And remember, this defense, remember what they did at home in that game against Alabama. It was a 3-point game. They did get a touchdown late to cut it to 3, but there was a controversial call earlier in that game, in the Alabama game, that cost Missouri. I think they can stay with A&M in this one. Let's go ahead and take Missouri plus the points.
Wow. All right. A lot of faith in this quarterback, huh? All right. Well, Marco, we do the sauce of the week. You pick your favorite wing sauce of the week and compare it to a player or a coach or a team. What's the sauce of the week, and who are we comparing it to?
Well, I'm going to save the sauce of the week because I've created my own sauce because you'll see at the end why. The coach that we're going to talk about this week is DeMeco Ryans of the Houston Texans. Okay. And full disclosure, I had a play on Houston last Sunday. Okay. So I got a little taste in my mouth that I didn't like. All right. And why I didn't like it. Okay. Let's go to the late first quarter. First and goal at the 1. Run up the middle, no gain. Second and goal at the 1. Run up the middle, no gain. Oh, and by the way, my other pet peeve, everybody's bunched up. They've got all 11 offensive players right there bunched up at the middle of the field, which just absolutely drives me crazy when coaches do that. Spread the field a little bit. I don't care if you want to run the football, but spread the field to give you some lanes. And third and goal at the 1, we're going to change it. We're going to run to the right, off tackle. No gain. Fourth and goal at the 1. We're going for it because we have just dominated the last 3 downs. Oh, false start. Now we got to kick the field goal. Okay, 3-0, all good. Fast forward to the second quarter. Now, in the first quarter, C.J. Stroud was the quarterback for that drive. Second quarter, we've got Davis Mills because C.J. Stroud has been knocked out of the game. Midway through the second quarter, first and goal at the 2. Run to the right, no gain. Second and goal at the 2. 10-yard holding penalty, so we back them up 10. Now it's second and goal at the 12. Run to the right, 1-yard gain. Third and goal at the 11, sacked for a 12-yard loss. We've had now 6 plays we started inside the 2-yard line, and we've lost 15 yards. All right, that's good. We kick a field goal. We're up 6-0, but then we end up losing 7-6. Fast forward to the 2-minute warning of the first half. It's 3rd and 9 at the Denver 28. You throw a pass, you gain 8 yards. It's 4th and 1. Clock is running. What is a coach going to do here? 4th and 1. Well, he gets time to think about it because there's a timeout. Timeout's not by DeMeco Ryans. Sean Payton calls the timeout because he knows this gutless mother no ball SOB is going to kick the field goal. Okay? He is going to call timeout so he has 1:55 left to work with the clock. What's Ryans do? Yeah, he sends the field goal unit out like a putz, and he's going to kick the field goal because we got to take the lead, 9-7, What he's supposed to do in that spot after the opposing coach, has no respect for your offense and calls timeout when you've got the ball on a 4th and 1, is you're supposed to send your offense back out there, get the first down, and then wave to Sean Payton on the other sideline. Thanks for the extra timeout. No, they kicked the field goal. Everything about what he did in this game absolutely drove me crazy. They lost the game they never should have lost. So for your sauce, I can't use the same sauce twice. So we've renamed the sauce so that we can do it. I want to introduce my new sauce. I'm going to trademark it. BW3, get in touch with me. I'll let you know. It's a simple sauce. It's nothing. It's a jar of nothing. No salt, no pepper, no spice. It is the James Franklin sauce. It's all yours. That's it.
Just a jar of air. I was like, is he going dry rub? What's he going with? It's just, but you did it. Jar of air. I love it. Great stuff, Marco. Everything about that game from D'Amico Ryans was just like all time. It was like you can't make it worse. Oh yes, you can. That's not going on his resume as his best moment. All right, Marco. What do you have up? And I'm guessing it's not including a play on the Texans this week. What do you have up? What do you have up for everyone at WagerTalk?
Yeah, guys. Well, we talked about it is my birthday, and we do it every year, guys. It's the annual birthday bash. We offer the 7-day package. It's just $64. You're going to get 7 days, but not if you've been doing the Weekend Warrior, which has been one of our most popular packages, and you know the value of the Weekend Warrior, $49, you get all the college, all the NFL. That's still out there. And if we have a Monday night play, you get that as well. Why do that? Where for $15 more, you can get 7 days, but not only the football, basketball, hockey. We got college basketball started. I had my first college basketball play last night. Had an outright winner with an 8-point underdog. Hometown team, Robert Morris. Yeah, that's the beauty of college basketball. You can get to small schools and find inefficiencies in the market. Join me this week. We've got a 5% play coming this weekend. We nailed our 5% last week. Now 35-16 since February of 2024 with those plays. Texas Tech was our 5% play last week. Please don't tell Kelly I had Texas Tech against Kansas State. She'll yell at me. But we cashed the ticket on that one. Join me. We're on a 13-3 run the last 8 days. $64. Head over to WagerTalk.com or go straight to my homepage, WTBuzz.com/MD.
All right. Happy birthday, Marco. Go grab that birthday bash. Celebrate with some winners. Have fun, Marco. Enjoy your weekend. Can't wait to see you next week for Football Friday. All right. We have a bet that is official in the chat. Myself and Titans CT, we are going head-to-head. I have the Bucks -2.5. He has the Pats +2.5. If the Pats cover, he gets free 3-day pass. If the Bucks cover, he gets a package of his choice. NFL props, 3-day pass, whatever. So thank you, Titans. Always a lot of fun. Gotta warn you though, Titans, I'm 2-0 on head-to-head bets. So watch out. You might be going up against a wagon here. So all right, let's do all around the world. Let's hope this is a wagon today. That is not
long graphic because I don't think the Dodgers and Blue Jays are playing tonight, Andy. Give me. It's Football Friday, and I look up and I go, "Oh wait, Dodgers, Yamamoto." I don't think we're gonna cash a Yamamoto bet today. Yeah.
No.
Let's try this one, Andy. How about this?
There
one?
you
This
go.
one looks a little better.
All right, let's do a player prop, and let's go to the NBA, and let's do Sam Merrill over 9.5 points. This actually made the client card here. So here's what I'm seeing with Sam Merrill. So Garland is back, and he's coming off the bench, but he's like the only guy on the bench because Dean Wade is out. They got another injury. He's gone over every game this season. Lonzo Ball is not going to play tonight, and the last game that the Cavs played, the bench scored 21 points. He scored 14 of them in 27 minutes. So he's getting real minutes. He's shooting fantastic from the three-point line, and he gets an absolutely fantastic matchup against the Wizards, who are like last in points allowed, field goals, 25th in three-point defense. So take Sam Merrill coming off the bench for Cleveland, have a nice game. And if this is a blowout, he may see extra minutes in the fourth quarter. All right. That's actually supposed to say 3.5, I think, on Memphis. Memphis -3.5. Sorry about that, guys. Memphis is 8-1 this season, money line and ATS. Tulane's coming off a bad loss against UTSA. They gave up a ton of points. And this coach, there's rumors that he may move to another team, and complete lack of attention to detail in question. This was from Drew Martin, and he said, be careful, though. Memphis quarterback is questionable. Make sure that the quarterback is going to play. Yes, Ethan, -35, a little aggressive on that one. Punctuation is really, really important in this industry. So you could probably get -35 at a monster monster plus money there. And then Lions, yeah, you're right. This is like the time of year we really have to specify what freaking sport we're talking about. I literally thought we had a football game earlier this week when it was basketball, Duke, Texas. We'll do better at this now that all the sports are coming in. All right, Lions, Commanders, let's do a player prop. Maybe a little obvious, but you have to look at Amon-Ra St. Brown over 79.5 receiving yards. Here's the deal. We've been taking wide receivers against this Commanders defense. They give up 171 receiving yards per game to wide receivers. That's second worst in the NFL, and he has torched the Commanders. Last two games, he's at 116, 137 against this Commanders team. So, yeah, let's take Amon-Ra St. Brown to have a big, big week. So, all right, all my football plays are in one pack. That's available at WagerTalk. We have 3 NBA plays that go off tonight, 12-6 to start the year. You know, I keep saying props are a great way to build the bankroll. Let's do it tonight. We have that 3-day pass. That's $69 for props for NBA and NHL. Highly recommend that. And we got our UFC best bet that is up. We're going to finish with our super contest fix. So, Dan, you had a pretty good week last week. I did not. I'm falling behind, so I'm to the point where I need a big, big week to go over. And you and I are fairly aligned, I believe, in some of our plays.
You actually get a couple of different better lines than we're getting in the Circa contest. So these are Andy's picks, and David Talk also wants our thoughts on Survivor, even though you and I got eliminated on the Bengals 2 weeks ago. So we'll give some Survivor thoughts here, but yeah, Andy, talk about your card here because you and I are sometimes there's ones where we're going head to head. Cardinals are one that just missed for me. I like that play as well. Niners, I was between them and taking 2.5 with the Eagles. We ended up on the Eagles, so I'll let you run down your card, but we're pretty aligned here.
Ravens have to win all of these games. And did you see Wednesday and Thursday they had no players on their injury report?
Yeah,
None.
They're getting healthy at the right time. And like you said, I mean, Lamar Jackson has straight up stated every single week from here on out's a playoff game for us. And
yes,
although maybe you shouldn't say that, Lamar, because playoff games haven't gone too well for the Ravens. So maybe it's just a really important game for us.
Poor Lamar. Poor Lamar. No, this Ravens team is going to be firing on all cylinders. Ignore all the stats. But that was before the bye week. This is go time for them. I'm not sold on the Vikings. Buccaneers, we went over that one. And yeah, the Cardinals team, I was looking up, their defense is shockingly good. And talk about rejuvenated with Jacoby Brissett. What an indictment on Kyler Murray that Monday night game was. All of a sudden, Harrison Jr. looks like the real deal. So plus 6.5 is a lot of points here.
Yeah, great Lions, sell high spot on the Seahawks too. I mean, the difference is the Cardinals won. They beat the Cowboys. So, you could argue, it's a buying high on them as well. But hard to argue buying a team high when you're getting 6.5 against a Seahawks team who people are now talking, MVP favorite for Darnold, Super Bowl favorite. And I'm not quite there yet. And this is at the Seahawks. Something you can't ignore about this Seahawks team is I think under Mike McDonald, they're like 7-10 at home. They do their best work when they're on the road, which is surprising and kind of atypical with what you think when you think of this Seahawks team. But the home road dichotomy with that team can't be ignored. This line should maybe be closer to like 3.5, not 6.5.
Yeah. I agree. I'm going to lay the big number with the Lions. I don't trust Mariota at all. This Commanders team, it's just a year from hell. It started with that contract dispute with Terry McLaurin. That should have just let you know this was a year from hell. Dan Campbell's record off a loss is absolutely fantastic. I'm not scared of them to lay the wood on this one. And you said it when you talked about that Thursday game between 49ers and Rams. I don't care who's playing. When these two coaches go up against each other, if I'm getting 4.5 on either side, I'm just taking it. So I'm just taking the points. So Ravens, Bucks, Cardinals, Lions, and 49ers. That's what I'm doing. And are you recording a show later?
Yeah, so the show we're actually recording in about 7 minutes, myself and Adam Rosenberg. So you get the sneak peek. I guess you don't even have to watch the show since you're seeing our 5 picks here. But we have really great analysis. We have really great trends that you can share with your buddies at the bar. It makes you sound smart. So check out the Let's Make Millions show. These are our Week 10 picks. And Andy, San Francisco just missed for me. Another thing under Shanahan, Shanahan's really had the leg up on McVay. I think that's well documented. But as a divisional home dog, 6-4 straight up, 8-2 against the number. It's just a really good bet to take points at home in division under Kyle Shanahan. Jacksonville. For me, this was the case of when Houston came out and they were the favorite. We've now seen it flip because it's going to be Davis Mills. It was the wrong team favorite. Jacksonville, for all of their flaws, should be the team favorite in this game. Sexy little stat here for you. Houston's been really good at home. We like betting on Houston at home. But under DeMeco Ryans, when they're finishing up a home stand, it's a really bad spot for them. 1-3 against the spread in their third straight home game. It's when they get a little bit too comfortable. It kind of makes sense when you think about it that way. I'm with you. I have to lay the extra hook, but I think Baltimore wins this one by margin. You talk all about J.J. McCarthy, how great he looks. How he has the alter ego number 9. Yeah, if you have to have an alter ego, Andy, to go 14 of 25 for 143 yards, get a new damn alter ego. That's the thought for me. Selling high on Minnesota. Tampa Bay, you gave all the great points there. Tampa Bay coming off a bye here. Really nice sell high. A lot of these are selling high, buying low on some teams. Tampa Bay, think people are forgetting how good they looked and they got healthier. This one is the bet that nobody wants, Andy. Nobody wants to bet the New York Giants, and that's why I want the New York Giants. Berg and I will get into it of why so heavily. This is one of my favorite bets, and I bet Giants on the money line. But are we so sure that the 5-3 Bears are that much better than the 2-7 Giants? The Bears actually are one of 2 teams in the NFL with a winning record and a negative point differential. They're the only one in the NFC. I think we have a little bit of fool's gold, and congrats on scoring all those points against the Bengals. Andy and I could lead a WagerTalk team and score 30 against the Bengals defense right now with having Ralph Michaels as our slot receiver. So
let's go.
Not too impressed there, Andy. And then for the Birds off of a bye. I know I'm an Eagles fan, Homer Dan, blah, blah, blah. This is going to be a super square dog. I'm fine with it. This is going to be every teaser leg. I'm fine with it. 5-0 when you're coming off the bye under Nick Sirianni, straight up. And I'm getting points. It's that simple for me. Eagles off a bye. I'm not a believer in this Green Bay team. They're still getting rated like the team who beat up on the Lions in week 1, and they're just not that right now. Take the Birds, take the money line. That's the 5 picks. And Andy, we're coming off a 4-1 week. So we have, out of the 9 weeks, we've only had 3 losing weeks. 2 of them were 2-3. 1 of them was 1-4. Every time we've bounced back. So we were just 4-1. We are 26-19 overall, which is good for the top 95th percentile in the 6,700 people in the contest. So that's what we've been doing and hope we continue it, Andy.
Oh man, who's starting for WagerTalk? Oh my God, build a
Right,
we gotta build a
grab you. Let me see if I can grab this picture real quick, Andy.
All right, so here's the challenge. We have to build an offense from the current WagerTalk handicappers that will
put this guy in. Put this guy in, Andy. Look at that beast with the pink glove. That was
that's pretty good. Andrew McGinnis at tight end. That's pretty good. I mean, we got to go quarterback. Who's quarterback?
I feel like Teddy Covers, calm, cool, collected. I think you could do pretty well with Teddy Covers under center. And obviously, how do we work Prez in? Because if Prez isn't on the team, he's going to be pretty. I mean, do we hit Prez with the water boy status? I mean, he plays hockey. He's a grinder.
I was going to say
maybe a slot corner.
I say take Ralph out of the slot and put Prez and Brian Power as 2 of our receivers.
How do we forget? It's Ranieri at quarterback. Joe Ranieri is the lock at quarterback.
Ranieri's pretty good. Crack at center. I like that. Pointing out blocking assignments. That's pretty good.
He's going to use his brain, Andy, and a center needs a brain. So I like that. Crack using the brain at center.
I am the kicker. Why? Because I actually did kick. So
nice.
Yeah, I had a 48-yard field goal in a game once. So I will be the punter and the kicker. Trig we got to get some offensive linemen, maybe Marco. Marco left.
Wait, I'm sorry, Marco. Although Marco,
we got to protect Teddy's blind side.
Marco's looking a little svelte.
We got to protect Teddy's blind side. Who's good at that? Actually, Johnny Detroit does a lot for us. I want Johnny Detroit protecting.
Johnny Detroit is a great left tackle. And it's like, oh, he's a little undersized. The athleticism's going to be there. And he ain't letting nobody touch our quarterback. I know that much. Johnny will stab you before you touch our quarterback. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. I got to think Kelly's got to be the coach, right? I mean,
you don't want Kelly to be the coach if you're the kicker, Andy. We'll never kick. Kicking is for losers. If Kelly is the coach, you ain't never getting on the field, Andy. So
I may not even get a jersey. Lang, sit this one out.
You got to comment below. Let us know what's your starting lineup for the WagerTalk football team. And how many? Give us our over under on how much we would score on the Bengals defense. I like us to at least get one TD on the board.
We can get there. Yeah, Jesse's got to be on the offensive line. He's
a stud.
Body.
He literally when Jesse is lifting weights, his goal is to beat the bench press record that Derrick Henry set at the combine. Like he's flat out said, like, that's my goal. He's a dog. You put Jesse on both ways. Two-way player. Have him be an edge rusher. Have him be a pulling guard. Yeah. Forget about it.
That's great. That's great. This is a great topic. We may have to do this. What's going to be funny is like when like people are Johnny's like, why does everyone say I'm at left tackle? What happened? Or when people, this is great. All right, Dan, it's time for you to go record. Thank you very much, everybody. Absolutely fantastic chat today. You guys crush it. Leave in the comments section who's what position on our NFL team. We're trying to put together an offense that can score on the Bengals. Thanks very much for joining us. What a great football Friday. Yanni, Marco, and Teddy. Drew's the offensive coordinator is great. Yeah, that's good.
We'll be stuck here all day, Andy. This is too good. This is too good.
We got to go. Yes. Yeah, we got to go. All right. Hit the like button. Leave a comment. Thanks, everybody. Let's have a big weekend. We're going to do it again on Monday. Good luck on your bets this weekend. Take care.
The comment section owes us an apology headed into NFL Week 10. Those barking dogs swept, and those best bets should have. But a guy named C.J. Stroud got knocked out in the second quarter, and somehow the Denver Broncos won that football game. We're back this week with more barking dogs. The steam room is the deli back open because it has been red hot as well. And, of course, more of those best bets up next on Bet On It NFL. All right, we're going to get right into it with some of the primetime games, and this one is rather intriguing. So I got my odds logic screen open, and I keep waiting to see that elusive 8.5 at the book that I love to bet the teasers on, Marco. Thursday Night Football, the Las Vegas Raiders are headed to Denver, total 41.5. Talk to me about this Raiders team. You were high on them last week. They did get the cover for you, but Pete Carroll decided he wasn't going to play for that tie.
No, when you got the record that the Raiders have, you can't possibly play for the tie. You got to go for it. It was the right decision. And I would have loved to have them win outright because, the comment section, Kelly, as you said, we got a lot of them last week. And this was one of the games that I got a lot of comments because I said I was going to take the Raiders. And if you remember, I said Geno Smith was going to have his best game of the season. He threw 4 touchdown passes in that game last week. They had 2 weeks to prepare for that game. They were coming off the bye week and coming off the most embarrassing loss that you could have. They lost 31-0 to Kansas City going into that bye game. That game could have been 50-0. Kansas City stopped attacking in the second half, to be totally honest with you. Andy Reid did not want to embarrass Pete Carroll in that game. He literally was taking a knee with 4 minutes to play in the game, not to score. but they did what they had to do last week. They had a good showing. And why Jacksonville to be a favorite on the road, even though they were coming off a bye week 2, I just couldn't buy it. But now you come back on a short week, okay? You gave your big effort, and you came up short once again. This is a team that the season is lost for the Raiders. And if they already didn't see that reality, they saw it yesterday when they traded away at the trade deadline their second best offensive player in Jacoby Myers, okay? Where are they going to get the point production on this offense? Ashton Genty, I think is a bust as a 6th-round pick. They went too high for him. Also, the best player they got is Brock Bowers, and now he's going to be double-teamed every pass attempt because they got no other threat. I can't look at the Raiders, but I'm not going to lay the points with Denver either because Denver's in a spot here. They're playing their 3rd game in 11 days. They're laying a big number, and Bo Nix has not been lighting it up. Definitely a sophomore jinx for Bo Nix. Denver did hold Houston to 5 field goals last week, but it was some really bad play calling and the fact that C.J. Stroud got knocked out of the game in the second quarter. Given that it is the short week, and as I said, the schedule that Denver's just come off of with all of the travel, I'm going to look to the total. This is a classic game. We said the same thing with Denver a couple weeks ago when they played in that London game. They want to get in and get out, and how you do that is you run the football. Shorten the game and not expose Bo Nix to making mistakes. They shouldn't have to throw the football much in this game against the Raiders to get enough to win. I'm going to take the under in this game. I just don't see either team getting enough points. Denver has scored 28 or fewer points in 7 of their 9 games this year. And in 5 of those 7, it was 20 points or less. And I sure as heck don't see the Raiders scoring points on this Denver defense. So for me, Thursday night football could be a snooze fest, but that's okay if you got the under. We cashed an under last week on Thursday night football. Let's get another one this week. Take under in the Denver Raider game.
Yeah, I feel like those Thursday night football games have been more snooze fest, at least than offensive powerhouses. Let's go over to Sunday night football, VR. This is a game that I couldn't quite figure out other than from a teaser standpoint. Pittsburgh catching 2.5 at the Los Angeles Chargers, total 44.5.
Yeah, and if it goes to 2.5 across the board, you definitely want to look to tease the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is a nice teaser opportunity, especially since we've seen a little under money come in off that 46.5 look ahead. Also, the look ahead was 4.5. Went to 3.5. That got hit as well. Picked off some of the 3s. That's why a lot of 2.5s are on the board. So Steelers got some steam, and I'm going to tell you why. I using the Steelers for the TV bet. I haven't released it to subscribers. I haven't gotten to the window with it. I didn't get the 4. So I got to think whether I'm going to get there with the 3. Here's the bottom line. These two teams are extremely comparable. That's why it's a dog or pass situation. Other than the home field advantage for the Chargers, which don't really have one, and even this year don't really have one. They've won 3 of 4 games on the road. They're 3-2 at home. In fact, their win percentage is better on the road. So as far as home field advantage is, what are you going to give them? 1.5 points? So anything a field goal or better look to be the value side with the Steelers. And again, here's why. Strength of schedule, Steelers has had this tougher strength of schedule. In fact, the Chargers had the 29th toughest schedule to date. One of the reasons I bet over season wins for the Chargers and a future on them. And they've got the 17th most efficient offense and the 11th most efficient defense. Now, that's with the 29th toughest schedule. The Pittsburgh Steelers, the weak side of the football for them has been defense. They're barely a top 20 defensive team. With that said, they're now going up against an offense where that's not the strength of the Chargers, and they've had a weak strength of schedule. So if anything, this is a week where you're going to see the Steelers defense look better than they have in weeks past. And then when I get to the offensive side of the ball, I give the nod to the Steelers. Efficient-wise, they're a couple slots ahead of the Chargers. Back to my conclusion that this is as close to a coin flip type of game as you're going to get. You look at these two teams record-wise, they're comparable. Point differential, they're comparable. Their efficiency on both sides of the ball, they're comparable, with a couple edges on the Pittsburgh side, and strength of schedule edge to the Steelers. Once again, if you could get points in what looks like a coin flip, it's like getting plus money on a coin flip. You got to take it. So right now I'm looking at dog or pass, but I've been getting really good information on these primetime games. I think I'm like 9-2 on the last 11, and we swept Monday Night Football. So got to wait for confirmation. That's why I haven't gotten to the window, and I want to make sure I make that disclaimer, because if you find me on Pittsburgh come Sunday night, I don't want to on the Chargers or something like that. I don't want anyone pissed. But if the game was going off the night and I had to bet it, I'd be on the Steelers.
All right, well, that's why they can tune in to either Last Call on Sundays with you and Ariel, or to the Steam Room NFL edition, noon Eastern, before kickoff on Sundays, and hang out. Remember, those insiders do get special privileges here and there to those Steam Rooms in addition to your premium clients. All right, Monday Night Football. This is kind of a weird line. I'm not going to lie to you. Looking at Philadelphia catching 2.5. We might see some threes popping up here on the odds logic screen come kickoff. And I understand why people like Green Bay in this spot. I really do. Them coming off that wonky loss. Shout out Marco for calling that one and keeping me off Green Bay there in at least the survivor pools. Woo, that would have been ugly. That being said, Green Bay has just been terrible in those spots. As big favorites this season, they're 0-5 against the spread when laying more than 6 points. Now, of course, this is a tighter range than that one is. And Green Bay started off the season red hot, right? Beating Detroit right there out of the gate and basically kind of running the table. Everybody thought, hey, this is a Packers team that has a shot to win the Super Bowl. But since then, they're 1-6 against the spread. Now they're without one of their best weapons in Tucker Kraft, who tore his ACL. Speaking of weapons, it looks like A.J. Brown will be coming back for the Eagles. Keep an eye on Saquon Barkley. He is listed as questionable as we are filming the show here on Wednesday afternoon. I think this Philadelphia team knows that they're underdogs. Why? Because not only are they 5-0 against the spread in their last 5 tries as underdogs, they're 5-0 straight up. They want to win against teams that maybe are superior, at least as a point spread ranking. But I don't think this Green Bay team is superior. I think these two teams are neck and neck. How much home field is an advantage in Lambeau? Well, of course, it's Lambeau. It's freezing cold. The place is rocking, but not more than anywhere else. So as far as the Eagles catching 2.5, I have to use them in a teaser here with this lower total of 44.5. It looks like it. Marco said before we hit record, this looks like the easiest teaser all week. Fine. Then I'm going to take the easiest teaser of the week. VR, give everybody a little excerpt of what they may see on the Steam Room. I know you go into it a lot more in depth on Sundays, but as it stands on Wednesday afternoon, you guys have already fired on a few things. Let's hear what they are.
Yeah, even released premiums out to subscribers, and that's what we do in the Steam Room. We go through each and every NFL game, top to bottom. I share sides, total, any player props I have. Been giving out a lot of player prop in there as well, because I can't use them for subscribers, because as they come in, they're time sensitive. Lines move a little bit too quickly on some of those. There to answer all your questions, any games that you have, survivor contest questions I get, teaser questions I get. We also put those plus CB teasers together towards the end of our hour. And I'm there working for you, and more importantly, accountable to my subscribers, where we go over our results and talk about risk management. So far, it's been celebratory results, especially in football. Now, here's some of the moves that I've already seen in accounts that I work with. NFL, start off with 253. Cleveland will jump right into Sunday. +2, +1, -1.5. That's why the favors flip. But I'll tell you this, when it got as high as 2.5, they didn't even wait for 3. That's when you saw money come in on the Jets. Again, I keep stressing it, shows you just how tight these NFL lines. And I do not like reading in the comments, oh, what's this Steam report for? You're telling us lines that move. Every single game line moves. I don't think there's a single game where you're not going to get a line move. I'm here to clarify what the line move represents. Is it public money? Is it sharp money? Is it the books adjusting based on information? That's what you got to be digging into. And more importantly, you take this information, then you follow your odds logic screen, and you see, is what A's saying confirmed, or am I now seeing a change and resistance in the market? That's when you have to put in your work. Like, that's why this information is priceless and valuable. If you just look at it like, oh, that line moved, I can't use it. Again, don't be square. Don't do that. Move on to 256, Carolina, minus the 4, minus 4.5 in Carolina, and the under 42.5. That was the look ahead. They bet the 42 as well. That stuck out. 259, Jacksonville. They wiped out the key number of +3 and then hit the 2.5 as well. Sprinkled the money line and steamed that game under the look ahead of 41.5. Then went under even 39.5 when they adjusted. So under steam on the Jacksonville games, legit. Baltimore and Minnesota. See, this is where you want to pay attention. Are they going to come back? Is this just getting out ahead of the public based on some recency bias of teams that put up a lot of points? Because they went and bet the over 46.5, 47, and 48 in the Baltimore-Minnesota game. 272 Rams, -3 and 3.5 off that key number, because -3 was the look ahead. So that's what you got to pay attention to. Is it the look ahead which got hit? Because those limits are small. And then the books get a chance to adjust, or after the adjustment, did it get hit again? That's what happened with the Rams. 273 Pittsburgh, which I touched on, +4.5, +3.5, and the under 46.5, 45.5. And when it got to 44.5, that's when you started seeing over money in sharp accounts. So again, difference of opinion on the total once it moved significantly. And finally, they took the 3 with Philly on Monday night. Not a surprise. Key number. Looks like public money is starting to side a little bit more with Philly. Again, it's way too early. But you're not getting, one-sided Green Bay money. So I wasn't surprised they came off that key 3 already. We will touch up on this again on Last Call Sunday, and more importantly, in the steam room with detail. Best of luck, whether you follow or fade. I just hope you make some money off the information.
That is the plan. We love making money, and starts with those barking underdogs, which we swept on last week. Crazy, because Marco gave out the Panthers and VR gave out the Vikings. Two of the biggest underdogs in the morning.
Tell me how I don't watch football, how I don't know anything about football. Go ahead. Just because I don't sit there like a fanboy and jerk off the wide receiver stats for my same game parlay doesn't mean I don't pay attention. Forgive me, but you just got to tell it how it is. I pay attention to what matters. What matters about cashing tickets, not cheering in some jersey number. That's what I care about, cashing tickets. Numbers don't
nobody cares about your fantasy football team.
Look at the results of the premiums. That's the bottom line. So if you're going to pick on me, on Kelly or Marco, you better bring receipts, not just tell me about my bad pick.
Woo! All right. Well, if you guys want to bring some more receipts, I thought the comment section was rather funny last week. Marco's back on his meds, though, this week. He picked a much smaller underdog to win the game outright because picking Carolina was wild, but a great call by you, especially there in Lambeau. So this week, you're looking at another one, and I think this one's really interesting. I was on Arizona on Monday Night Football in a couple of my contests, and then I teased the crap out of him, Marco, because I thought, and then I posted for my friends at Pickett Sports how lopsided the game was, and I was like, well, no Kyler, nobody wants to get involved. Does it matter if Kyler Murray's the quarterback of this football team or not?
No, Kelly, and the thing is, and we talked about it in a couple games last week, when you have a backup quarterback, if he's the polar opposite of the starting quarterback, that's when you got to be concerned. And we talked about Baltimore when Lamar Jackson was out and they had Cooper Rush as the quarterback. That's the polar opposite of him. But whenever they went to Tyler Huntley, that's the same style of quarterback. He's not as good as Lamar Jackson, obviously, but you don't have to change the game plan. Same thing goes with Arizona when you go from Kyler Murray to Jacoby Brissett. And he did what he needed to do in that game. Now, granted, before we get too excited about it, it was against the Dallas defense, which every quarterback's going to look better than they are when they face Dallas. But I'm looking at this from the Seattle side of this game. Can the stock be any higher right now than it is on the Seattle Seahawks? Everybody saw them on Sunday Night Football absolutely destroy Washington 38-14. And remember, coming into the season, Washington was a lot of people's darling because of what they did last year with a rookie quarterback, making that run in the playoffs, beating the Lions, and giving Philadelphia fits for as long as they did before they lost. This was a team that had high expectations coming into the season, and Seattle absolutely dismantled them. Now, Jaden Daniels got hurt, but it was late in the game, and why he was still in the game, when he was in the game, when he had been banged up all year, and the game was out of hand is another topic for another day. But I'm looking at this, and to me, it's a sandwich spot. Seattle was on Sunday Night Football. Not often that they are a marquee team, and they had a very satisfying win. Now, you're going to say, but Marco, this is a division game. You don't look past the division opponent. No, you don't. But you got two things here. They already beat Arizona in Arizona. So it's kind of easy to look past the team you already beat. But look who they play next. They play the Rams. And the Rams are the team. That game next week will be for first place. So you can't help but look ahead to that one. And looking at the fact, as I said, they already beat Arizona. One of the angles I like in the NFL is I like taking an NFL road dog in the second meeting if they lost the first meeting at home. You're going to get an inflated line with them because Vegas knows the public's going to look at the game and say, well, if they could beat them in Arizona, they sure as heck can beat them in Seattle. So you're going to get a little bit of value taking that road dog. Jacoby Brissett was clean last week, 21-31, 221 yards, 2 TDs. But here's the key. Arizona's 3-5 this year. All 5 losses combined 13 points. I'm going to go ahead and take Arizona to keep another one close and find a way at the end to win this one. Let's call it Arizona 24-23. Take the points, take a little sprinkle.
All right, VR. Last week, Marco's barking dog kept me off of a survivor play, and I'm a little concerned about the barking dog this week, right? I had Carolina circled way back when, so I do a spreadsheet throughout the whole season. I've had Carolina slated for this spot. And now I'm having some second thoughts because they did beat the Packers outright, and now they are playing the lowly New Orleans Saints, but this still is a divisional game.
Yeah, and let's not forget, I just gave out a steam report that told you Carolina got steamed multiple times. I'm fading the wise guys. I'm doing it again. I did it last week with Minnesota. I've worked and moved these games long enough. I see this exact move over and over and over again. They do it automatically. You have the rookie QB on the road, and the market overreacts and downgrade it a little bit too much, and that's what's happening here. Dude, you're looking at a Carolina team that has one quality win. That's it. Forget the Green Bay. I don't care about that because they were 2 touchdown dogs, and if they played that game 3 hours later, they probably would have lost by 3 touchdowns. That's the randomness of a 60-minute football game. Otherwise, they got blown out by Buffalo. They got blown out by New England. And the wins they had were against the Jets, Dallas, and Miami, all by 1 score. So there's a ton of randomness involved. And rest assured, those teams probably played some of their worst ball that day. Their one good win was against the Atlanta Falcons back on September 21st when they were 5-point home dogs and they won the game 30-0. Okay? That was the big win for them. And for that to happen, Penix needed to throw 2 interceptions and lose a fumble. So they had to go -3 in turnover ratio, which you're not going to win many football games doing that for Carolina to get that W. Otherwise, I don't see anything there that scares me. More importantly, what happened after that good game? A team just like Carolina, which has 0 consistency, gets blown out by 30 points the following week. That's exactly what should happen this week after a big win against Green Bay. Not that they're going to get blown out by 30 points, but that they don't have the consistency of a team that should be able to follow that up and continue playing good. That we don't expect. And here's why. Carolina is one of the worst teams in the NFL. Now, granted, we know the Saints are. In fact, when I look at my power ratings, Saints are the second worst team in the NFL. Only Tennessee would be an underdog to the Saints. Well, when I look across from the Saints, it's Carolina. There's only 3 teams that Carolina would be favored over. So they're the third or fourth worst team in the NFL. And they're a 5-point, 6-point, whatever they are, favorite. Makes absolutely no sense. If you look at what the betting line has been for this team the entire year, they've been dogs. Now you're putting them in the favorites role. And for the X's and O's guys, yeah, I know Rattler isn't the quarterback. I think that's a good thing because of the overreaction, the price. The kid's coming in from from Oregon, all right? Here's what he has to follow. You have a quarterback for the Saints in Rattler, whatever his name was, well below the average in the NFL for passing success rate. So I had him, he was the 24th in passing success rate in the NFL. The last 2 games he quarterbacked for the Saints, he had a 68.8 and a 66.6 QBR. He threw 2 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. Where's the downgrade? If anything, I think the rest of the team knows we now have to show up because we're taking this rookie on the road, our second-round draft pick, and we have to give some effort. And fortunately for them, it's a familiar opponent in Carolina that they're facing. If anything, this is exactly where the Saints need to be, on the road, even with this rookie quarterback. If anything, you're getting the pressure off of him that he's not in New Orleans. I like the Saints here. Carolina has no business being this big of a favorite. If they were 3, I would have had to consider still the Saints. But if I could take this up to 6 at -115 like we did, I'm all over the Saints. Give me the Saints, sprinkle the money line, live dog.
Ugh, that is not what I wanted to hear, especially because I don't have a lot of better options available. All right.
Just wait till you hear my best bet.
Oh, boy. You're going to piss off the comment section again, VR?
With a winner.
With a winner. How can you guys be mad with a winner? Sneak
Exactly.
peek. Ooh, woof. Oh, I just looked. I just peeked ahead. Oh, God. People are going to get really mad at you for that one, especially after their performance on Sunday Night Football. All right. I'm going to take a team that just beat their divisional rival in a team versus a team that's trajectory is a lot higher. But should it be? Hey, Baltimore won a nice 22-point road win at Miami. Still a team named Miami last week. But Lamar Jackson, you could tell he was not fully healthy. And rightfully so. He's off a hamstring injury. I will say this is going to have extra time to prepare for that one. And if Lamar Jackson does what we've seen him capable of, he may find success. But I don't think Lamar Jackson's going to be able to spread the field just yet. And I think Minnesota has a really solid defense. You know who doesn't have a solid defense? Baltimore. I think J.J. McCarthy should be relatively comfortable against this Ravens defense. After all, his name is not Tua. Turn the ball over. VR mentioned in the steam room that the reason why this total is getting steamed, they're trying to get ahead of it. Of course they are. Minnesota's last 6 games have all gone on over the total. Baltimore's road games this year, 4-1 to the over. I think this is going to be an absolute and utter shootout. I do, however, think Minnesota is going to come away with a home win. This is their first time at home in almost 6 weeks. So look for those purple people eaters, not the Baltimore ones, but the Minnesota ones, to be real loud and excited there in Minneapolis. Marco D'Angelo, let's hear about these sandwiches because boy, oh boy, has the deli been red hot. 4-1 again last week, 27-17 on the season. And boy, oh boy, I just realized you are also going to try to talk me off taking the Panthers as my survivor pick. Normally, I don't let these guys agree with each other. Like I make somebody pick and move things around, but apparently we really like the Saints this week.
Yeah, and Marco was first. I looked after I put it there. I always check. He was first. It's crazy for me. It makes me more happy.
All right, they're breaking the rules, but this is now double trouble for my survivor pick. Be right back while I'm going to go check the spreadsheet, Marco. Let's hear what the deli's got to say.
All right, Kelly. And what you were referring to, that 27-17 record, is the bonus edition of the Deli. We do a video every Thursday. It'll come out where I have generally 5 more games that didn't make this show, and I break them down for you the way I do. So be sure to tune into that. It'll be a standalone video on Thursday, and of course, it is included in the mega show as well. You know what? With these games, we took a lot of heat last week with that Carolina play. And you know what? So many times it's going to put you on an ugly team. I understand that. But we're doing situations, okay? And you got to trust the process. And sometimes it's not actually the team we're taking, but we're going against the team that's in a very bad situation. Last week, it was Green Bay that was in the bad situation. They were coming off that satisfying win against the Steelers, where Jordan Love had his best game of the year against the teacher, so to speak, in Aaron Rodgers. Then they were playing lowly Carolina, with them having a TV game on deck against Philadelphia on Monday Night Football. It was all about going against Green Bay last week. That's why we had Carolina. Well, for every reason we had going against Green Bay last week, all of those kind of apply this week to Carolina. They're coming off of a very satisfying win. They went to Lambeau Field and knocked off Green Bay. Now they're coming home to play the 1-8 Saints. How in the world do you get excited for the 1-8 Saints? You don't, even though it's a division game, because they're not a team that you think is going to be a problem in the division. Next week, they play Atlanta. Even though Atlanta is the 3rd best team in the division, they're better than New Orleans. It's something to look forward to. And actually, Atlanta's probably the 2nd best team. It's just that Carolina has a better record right now. This is a sandwich game. This is a trap game. Maybe more of a trap than a sandwich, because Carolina, they're fat and sassy after last week's win, and they're breaking one of the rules that I like to fade teams with. I don't like taking a dog that had a great game and now is a favorite. I like to go against those teams. And we talked about, VR mentioned them going to the rookie quarterback. Well, he actually played last week. He started last week, and that was good because he got that first game jitters off of, out of the way. He had a game where he went 15 of 24 for 176 yards, 1 TD, 1 interception. It wasn't a great game, but it wasn't a bad game. But the difference is he went against a very good Rams defense on the road for his first start. The Rams are 2nd in points allowed defensively, and 5th in yards per play allowed. If he survived the Rams defense, he's definitely going to survive the Carolina defense, which is bottom 3rd in yards per play allowed. Facing a softer defense and having that start under his belt, that tells me I think he's going to be more productive this week. Throw in the situation where Carolina's feeling fat and sassy. I think this is one of those games where it goes right down to the wire. We're talking about 5.5, and 5.5 is one of those numbers in the NFL that when I see it, it's less than a 6, it's more than the 3. Most people read those numbers, and when they're looking at it, they're saying, oh, okay, well, they're over a field goal. They're supposed to win this game, and I'm getting them under a touchdown. So all I got to do is win by a touchdown. Be careful. I love those 5.5 point underdogs. Let's go ahead and take the Saints in an ugly one. I'm going to call it Saints 17-16 for the sandwich game of the week.
Marco, you're so correct. Those 5.5 point underdogs. We saw it with the Jets that took out a bunch of Bengals. They took out my last circuit entry. All right, congrats, guys. You've successfully talked me off taking the Panthers and Survivor, and now I'm going to have to take, I have no idea who. All right, anyway, that being said, we're going to get right into those best bets. VR, you're up first. Go ahead and piss off the audience, but before you do, please let everybody know what you've got going on over at WagerTalk.com.
All right. I'm not going to fire a 5% this week on the Sunday games, maybe on the Monday, but not on the Sundays, because I really like this board and I don't want to just narrow down that one strong play. I've already released actually 2 4%. There's going to be a handful of those in the card for sure. Also, college football card is up already. I'm not going to throw 5 there either. These 4s have been crushing it. We're up over 130 units already in college football. Number 1 in profit, and already started college basketball number 1. Working with the same groups in college basketball that I did college football. We're going to do the exact same thing. It's a great time to jump on board. The bowls will be coming up before you know it. NBA's here, NHL's here, MMA. There's so many sports. Easy to do damage. And again, make sure you join me for this weekend because got a lot going on in football. Now, we're going to come right back with a team that it looks like the sharp money is opposite, like last week, like the steam because of the adjustment, but nothing could be further from the truth. The adjustment is made based on the quarterback situation in Washington with Jaden Daniels. Here's why. When you look at the look-ahead line for Detroit and Washington, okay? The look-ahead was 4.5. That was already too high because it got steamed to 3.5. So already they were lining up on the Washington side. Then what happens? Daniels breaks an arm, confirmed out. We know who's the backup. They adjust the line 6 points to 9.5. You're looking at 9 right now because guys just like myself bought the half a point up to 10 because you should be laying about 122, 124 for that half a point instead of 120. And that's why I sent it out to subscribers immediately. You're looking at 9s right now, and don't be surprised if you get down to that 8.5. The only reason it hasn't gone to 8.5 everywhere is teaser protection against Detroit. They would fall under the Wong for sure, and they don't want to get middled with Detroit minus 2.5, Washington plus 9, 9.5, and 10. That's why it's sitting where it's sitting right now, and you can still get more points than you should. Here's the bottom line. Over the last 9 games, Jaden Daniels' QBR, 63.1. All right? That's what we need to go in there and replace. Now, I get it. His potential is a lot higher. His ceiling is a lot higher. But something has gone amiss down the stretch. He hasn't been healthy because over the first 5 games, my man had 0 interceptions, playing great ball, and that's what he does, protects the football very well. Over the last 4 games, 2 interceptions. That's not like him. So obviously, he wasn't on point, and that showed in his QBR. He had a 72.7 in his last game. I keep talking about Jaden Daniels and the QBR because that's what this line is based on, the replacement. And what I'm trying to explain is this is an over adjustment. That Jaden Daniels may be worth 6 points if the drop-off wasn't to Mariota. That's the key. And Mariota's being judged harshly for that one performance against Kansas City where they got blown out like 28-7, but he actually went 21 of 30 passing, threw a touchdown. It was 2 interceptions that cost him, and that is what he's being punished for here. But if you look over career, the drop-off isn't worth a touchdown. It just isn't. Very few quarterbacks are worth a touchdown to their backup. And especially someone with the experience, the NFL experience that this backup has. It's not a rookie QB behind them. So he's capable of playing a good game. And I think that's what you're going to get. Like you said, they're coming off, Kel, an ugly, ugly game on prime time. So we have recency bias working for us. We have Detroit, arguably the best team in the NFL, or top 2-3, coming off a loss. Most expect them to do what they did when they lost to Kansas City. They bounced back. They blew away Tampa Bay. That's not going to happen here. They're traveling on the road, and I think you're going to get a motivated Washington team to at least give you a lot of effort, having been blown out in back-to-back games. That was Seattle and Kansas City. If anything, that's going to prepare you for Detroit. I think we get a much better game out of Washington. I think they keep this a much closer than 9 points. And may want to sprinkle as well. It is the NFL. Stranger things have happened, like the Minnesota Vikings getting the W. So take the points, best bet, and we'll just keep cashing tickets in the NFL.
I know this isn't relevant, but because we didn't talk about the Colts game, but one of the funnier fights that we've seen over the last couple of weeks from the comment section was the Indianapolis mascot trolling Marco in the TikTok, the WagerTalk TikTok channel. I almost died. It was absolutely and utterly hilarious. And since Dan Alexander isn't paying attention, I'm going to put it on the screen.
I gotta see
Look
it.
at it. He was laughing in the comment section at Marco's pick against Indianapolis. The funny part is Marco got to get his revenge from a fandom perspective last week. That was, now I screwed it all up. See, Dan, see what happens when you're doing other stuff and I get to run the controls. Marco D'Angelo, again, I know it wasn't relative, but I saw that graphic and I just lost it.
Yeah, that when he trolled me was a couple weeks ago when I had the Chargers against the Colts.
You and me both.
Yeah, and he come in with the bah ha ha ha. Yeah, and, well, the Steelers beat the Colts, and is the fandom. I'll take it. They really didn't deserve it. Don't get too excited about it. The 6 turnovers by the Colts last week helped the Steelers along, but yeah, it was funny, and Dan and John making that graphic of us fighting. That was pretty good.
AI is good for something. How about that?
Yeah.
Make it a fun graphic. If you guys have something to say to Marco or VR or myself, feel free to do so. We love all of the love or hate in the comment section. Guys, I need you to do me one more favor, though. Everybody get ready because we're going to wish Marco D'Angelo a very happy birthday in the comment section. You guys can be nice to him one time a year. So do that for me. And then Marco, let me know before you give us your best bet for NFL Week 10, what your birthday special is over at WagerTalk.com.
Well, we've been doing this for a long time, Kelly. Every time it is my birthday week, we offer the week for my age. So definitely that's one plus of getting older. I get an extra $1 out of everybody every year, but it's still a value to you guys. The $49 Weekend Warrior package, that has been one of the most popular packages that we have. You can buy your favorite capper for the weekend for $49. You'll get all of their college football, all of their NFL. And if they've got a Monday night play, it's included free. No brainer on that. Well, how about getting every play for 7 days for $15 more? That's what happens this week. If you buy my birthday bash for me, you can get all of my plays 7 days from the day you sign up for $64. You guys, we are on a roll right now, rolling into my birthday on an 11-2 run since last Thursday, which has resulted in a profit for our clients of over $2,500. And we nailed another 5% play last week. We had Texas Tech over Kansas State, that 43-20 win. That brings the record to 35-16 on those 5% plays. Why am I talking about the 5%? Because they sell for $35 by themselves, and you're going to get one this week with the 7-day package. So that's half of the subscription right there. Sign up. Head on over to WagerTalk.com and join me for the birthday week as we continue to celebrate with winners. And speaking of winners, we're going to look at the same game that VR did, only a different way. And we both can win this one. And I hope Ace is right with his Washington play, because that means Washington's going to be scoring points. And as I talked about in previous play, you got Marcus Mariota. He is the same type of quarterback as Daniels. So whenever they go to him, it's not changing the offensive game plan. All it does is make Marcus Mariota get all the snaps this week for an offense he's already going to know how to run. So I look for Washington to score points, but I'm not going with Washington. What I'm going with is a team total on the Detroit Lions. Why? Because Detroit's going to come in here with the pedal to the metal. They lost the game last week that probably they shouldn't. They got caught looking ahead, in my opinion. Even though Minnesota was a division game, Minnesota's not playing good. Minnesota had their starting quarterback, knocked out before. Then it was Carson Wentz. Then he got knocked out. And then we didn't know last week, midweek, for sure who was going to start for Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy was later announced in the week that he was going to play, but you didn't know how he was going to play coming off the injury. Well, he played well, and Minnesota got their revenge. Remember that game at the end of the season last year that was for the division title? Well, let's go ahead and look at Detroit in revenge this week. It was Washington that knocked them out of the playoffs last year. And you've got an angry Detroit team coming off a rare loss at home. What's Dan Campbell's, trademark? He likes to be a bully. Whenever he gets a team that he can get a lead on, he never takes his foot off the gas. He keeps pushing downfield. And I think they're going to score points in this game. Why? Because the Washington defense is not good. Detroit, last 3 games, I realize they've been held to 17, 24, and 24. That's way under their team total for this game of 29.5. But I also got to point out those 3 teams that held them to those totals was Kansas City, Tampa Bay, and Minnesota. Check the stats. Those are all good defensive teams overall. They're not facing one of those good defensive teams here. Washington has given up 44, 28, and 38 in the last 3 games. I look for this one to be both teams going up and down the field, but I'm going to go ahead and take Detroit team total rather than the whole over for the game, which I also like as well. But I like Detroit team total over 29.5. I think they get into the 30s easily in this one as they get their little revenge. And as Dan Campbell likes to do, he likes to be the bully and send a message. Remember that Chicago Bears game early in the year when he just kept passing in the fourth quarter against his former assistant coach? Yeah. And they were coming off a loss in that one too. Let's go over team total Detroit for our best bet.
All right. And for my best bet, we're going with another short home favorite. Baker Mayfield, please stay healthy for this one. I'm going to knock on some wood behind me because that was not fun last week. CJ Stroud getting knocked out there in the second quarter and costing us a 5-0 in the prestigious Westgate Super Contest. This week, we're going to take another short home favorite, and we're going against one of the hottest teams in the NFL. That's right, the New England Patriots. Drake May, MVP, anyone, right? 314 total yards last week. That was 259 passing by Drake, 2 touchdowns. And boy, oh boy, did that defense do its job. But Atlanta got the cover for us. Patriots still sacked 6 times. What is this Bucs defense going to do there? And this is a Bucs defense that I think deserves a little bit more credit. They are going to be healthier. Speaking of health, shocker, look who might be back. Chris Godwin for Baker Mayfield, who actually should be the MVP. This is a Tampa Bay team that I really like here in this spot coming off a bye. Sure, New England's covered 5 straight road games, but they're not playing the Tennessee Titans this week, boys and girls. They're playing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I will say this. Did I tease the Patriots? I might have. But I like the Bucs here, laying 2.5 at home to get a nice win of, let's call it, a touchdown. Perfect scenario for both worlds. Speaking of perfect scenarios, the last 2 weeks of Bet On It have been damn near perfect scenarios for us here in college football and NFL. And if you guys got something to say about it, we want to hear from you. So shout out to Marco, shout out to VR, since you guys never give them enough thanks in the comment section. I'll do it for you. And if you guys are looking for that college football edition of Bet On It, it's right here. Of course, we've got the mega show. Don't forget to also check out Marco's Deli and the Steam Room on Sundays at 12 p.m. Eastern.
we always start this show by being transparent. Yesterday, I had a top play winner in the NFL, 3% on the Raiders. So they got the cover there. I had a loser in the NBA, 2%, that Chris Paul prop. And before I pass it to you, Rob, I'm not going to go too in detail because this is not my channel. But we know some stuff going on in the NBA as far as people getting in trouble for, doing things they're not supposed to do. And I'm just watching some of these games, whatever is like the popular prop, there's stuff happening in those games. Like either the rotations will be off, they'll mess with their minutes, they'll be in foul trouble. So I'm gonna pump the brakes a little bit on some of those props. What's going on, Vino?
Well, today, let's see. I'm thinking back to last night was a split. I won't go crazy, but as a Denver Bronco fan, and my dislike for Sean Payton just grows by the second the more I watch that team. That was my loss last night. The Denver Bronco team total. They're supposed to be able to handle weak defenses. Made the Raiders look like the steel curtain of the late 70s. And LA gets the money real easy there, but the team total didn't get there. The one good was the South Florida in college football. Ronald Kabang's going to hammer me for telling you that I had another team total last night, but I had the South Florida team total first half up and over 20.5. They've been a very fast starting team this year, and they had 42 at halftime. They actually covered their full game team total by the end of the first half. So that was an easy win. Gave me the split. We'll work on getting a winning card out there today.
Yeah, and just for everybody out there, or if you're new, today's show might be a little bit different. I am still not feeling great, and if I leave the screen, I'm probably having a cough attack, and I'm probably going to need water throughout the show. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up. Vino, we're going to start at the top, Cavs and Wizards. If we don't like a game, we'll do it, toss it away. This one opened 12.5. It looks like 13.5. Total did go up from 237 to 241.5. As far as who's available, you do have Lonzo out, Strus out, Dean Wade out, and you have Hunter probable. For the Wizards, Keyshawn George was downgraded to questionable with an illness, and then Bilal is out. This one is fairly simple. I don't think I need to talk too much about this, but the Wizards stink. Every time Keyshawn George goes off the court, they start getting blown out immediately. Like if he gets in foul trouble, they immediately get killed. Like this is just top of my head. I feel like the Wizards have been competitive in first quarters. They even have been winning in some of these first quarters. And then either Keyshawn gets subbed out or foul trouble, and they look absolutely terrible. I know he's not the whole team, but that's my observation. And with him being downgraded today, the Cavs, they did just win that last game by double digits, getting in healthier, getting guys back into the lineup. This Cavs are nothing for me. What do you think, Vino?
Yeah, that's just it too on the Cavs side. Working Darius Garland in now for a couple of games, like you say, getting that starting lineup back in and into form. And Washington's defense, you didn't say it, but I'll say it, that defense is ass. They are terrible. And the market's caught on to this. They pushed that total from 237 to 241 because they know the deal. These Washington games all go the same way. They allow they're the most generous defense out there. Let's put it that way. Them in Brooklyn. But they can score a little bit, and they usually get a lot of points when it doesn't matter. First quarter and then when it doesn't matter. So I can understand the move both ways here towards Cleveland, towards over. I think Cleveland, I'd have to look back, Ski, but last year I remember them as being a team that would punish people by double digits more often than not. So I don't think this number's out of range for them, even on the road.
All right, good stuff. We'll keep going down the list. Next up, looks like Celtics and Magic. Opened up, I see 3.5 as the opener. I'm seeing 3s or 3.5, depending where you shop. Total open 224.5. Looks like it's going up to 227. Boston will be without Tillman. We know Tatum's out. Still no Mo Wagner for the Magic. The Magic coming home from a 5-game road trip here. The Magic do have a couple days rest coming into this one, and coming off of a loss, in a game they were maybe supposed to win as a favorite So the Celtics were able to beat up on. I forgot who they beat up on that last one. Was it the Wizards?
It was the Wizards.
They look mediocre until they play the Wizards. Then they look amazing, right? So I like the Magic, or at least that's what I'm trying to get to the window with here, Ravino. For one, they started to play better defense. My bad. They started to play better defense, and I just trust them a little bit more than the Celtics. It's some categories like when I look at the starting lineup, right? The weakness for the Celtics is the bigs. That's like a strength for the Magic. And if you look at like who's going to be guarding Paolo tonight, Paolo's 6'10", 250. Manat, he's barely 200 pounds, and 6'8". Jaylen Brown, he's 6'6", 220. Like, who is the matchup for Paolo in this game? And outside of that, I mean, it's probably going to be him doing a lot of it, but Magic do a really good job getting to the free throw line. They're number 1 in free throw rate. Celtics bottom 5 as far as free throw rate allowed. I can see them eating in there all game long. Celtics allow the second most offensive rebounds. Magic top 10 offensive rebounding team. Magic number 3 as far as second chance points. So I see ways that the Magic can have success here. The more rested team. I don't always love the first game home after a long road trip, but I think this is still a team that is locked in right now and knows they've underperformed. So I want to get there with the Magic. Can you talk me off?
No, I can't hear because I feel the same way. A couple of things here, Ski. First of all, it is the first back off of an extended road trip. But the road trip ended in Atlanta, and the flight from Atlanta to Orlando is, 45, 50 minutes. So they weren't far from home. So they probably have had a full 2 days worth of rest here. This particular game is the first of 2 played between these two teams. Boston's going to hang around and play them again 2 days later. And a lot of times I like to counter punch in these situations, see what happens in the first game and then come back in the second game, maybe the opposite way. Which is probably the only reason why I haven't taken Orlando yet. Boston's going to chuck threes. They hadn't made threes all season long until last game against Washington when they scored 136 points and made a whole bunch of threes. I don't know that they're going to, they probably revert back to the way they were shooting to, the first part of the season, 7-8 games. We talked about it the other day, how Pritchard and Hauser and these guys were great off the bench for the Celtics, but now that they're put into these high minute roles, haven't been as good shooting the basketball. So to me, Orlando needs a victory here. I probably got caught up in them a game too soon because I did play them against the Hawks when they didn't have Trae Young the other night, and Orlando's defense just went south. If I want to justify that, I say, yeah, I should have looked. 5th game in 5 days on the road, 5th game on the road in a row. Maybe it wasn't the smartest play in the world. But here back home, I think they are the right side. So I'd probably lean Orlando. And a lot of the fundamental points you made about where they can get points near the rim and be much better rebounding at the rim, it all lines up for Orlando here. So I think they can win the game by 4. I might still get there, but that's just how I like.
To what you said a little earlier, the Celtics do jack those threes. Number 1 in above the break 3-point attempts with 40.3. But the Magic do a good job running people off the 3, at least above the break 3. They're number 2 as far as above the break 3 attempts allowed. So may run them off there tonight. Another thing with the Magic, like it's hard to fix what's going wrong when you're in the midst of a 5-game road trip.
Right.
They did have a couple games sprinkled in there where they were able to play a little bit of defense. Jamal Mosley's definitely been talking about it. I think having those couple days off and coming home, we'll see a much better Magic team on that end, and I think they can score. So it's Magic for me. All right, Vino. This one, I want absolutely nothing to do with. So unless you want to touch Raptors Hawks, we're going to keep moving right along.
The only thing I'd say is the initial look here would be towards the over. Atlanta put up 127 the other night without Trae, which is what I was looking to see. How would they be without him? But Alexander Walker had a really nice game, and they kind of split up the assists in that one, Ski. Everybody took a hand in passing the basketball. It looked pretty good. It looked really good, as a matter of fact, that night. So I know how Toronto's going to play up and down the floor. I know Toronto can score. I understand this game being priced this high where the total is concerned. If I were going to look, it would be over 230. It looks like 235.5 is the best you can get. If I was going to play, it would probably be up and over 236 here. There's been some movement towards the Hawks as well. Opens at pick, moves up to -2. So some other people out there impressed by what Atlanta was able to do the other night despite not having Trae Young.
Oh, all right, Vino. Let's keep going down the list. Next game looks like Pistons and Nets. Open at -9 for the Pistons. They're a 10.5-point favorite. Total open 228, down as low as 226.5. As far as who is available, Cam Thomas is out for the Nets. Highsmith is out for the Pistons. No Sasser, no Ivy, no Harris. LeVert is questionable. So my initial thought here, and I'm going to pass it to you with this, is Pistons have been pretty good defensively this year. I don't have the exact numbers, but I'll get them in 1 second. And the Nets, I mean, I don't trust them defensively. The Pistons could cover this game. They could. Like, it's Pistons or nothing. I played them at the -9.5 on the last game they covered. But more than that, I'm thinking the Nets really struggle to score here. 108.5 versus a good Pistons defense without Cam Thomas. 4th game in 6 nights for the Nets. Coming off of a win as a dog, it's a little bit of a letdown for them. It's either Pistons or Nets team total over, maybe even both. What do you think about that, Vino, while I drink some water?
Yeah, you want Nets team total under. I know what you mean here because I just pulled it up myself. Detroit has been really good at holding opposing team point totals down. If I just go down the list, the last few games, 110 to Dallas, 106 to Memphis, 103 to Utah. Memphis can score. Utah's got scoring capability. Dallas, we talked about the other day, the 3rd fastest team in tempo, although that game was played in Mexico City. But still, 3 straight games right around this number. So I could see Brooklyn maybe being held under that number. But I think I like Detroit better. I think Detroit offensively, everybody can get right. Just like we were talking about teams getting right with the Washington Wizards, you can get right play in this Brooklyn defense. We knew it from the outset of the season that they just don't have anybody interested in playing defense on this team. We talked about how Michael Porter wants to blame the point guards for what's gone wrong. It's just not good over there. So maybe a Detroit play here. And if you're not going to play Detroit, I would also look at the other end of this game, Detroit team total over, because the Brooklyn Nets just continue to give up points in droves to teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you put them together, that means the Pistons are going to cover. So we're pretty much seeing this game the same way. I'll put on my short list here, Pistons, and I'll also put Nets team total over. I mean, Nets team total under 108.5. Yeah, I'm capping these games as we go today. So I'm going to be making my short list, and I'll be opening up my wallet a little bit later. All right, next game up. Rockets and Spurs, open -2 for the Rockets, up to 4. Total, I saw 2 different openers, so I'll just say total is, we'll call it 224 right now. Spurs missing a lot of people. Luke Cornett, De'Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper, all out. Questionable, Sohan and Kelly Olynyk. For the Rockets, Steven Adams, questionable, DFS and Van Fleet out. This is a big game. I kind of feel like I'm already involved just because I took the Spurs to win this division, and it's a big plus price because the Rockets are the favorite. They're both 5-2 right now, so I don't feel like I really have to play it. But my thoughts on the game are Spurs missing some guard play. I think that will really hurt their offense, but you still can trust them to play defense. Rockets, I think that they'll be able to limit the Spurs as well. So I'm thinking about under here. How do you see it, Vino?
I somewhat like the Houston side. I don't like the fact that the game's being played in San Antonio as a reason to play Houston. But Houston defensively, I mean, they've both been good defensively, right? But Houston defensively lately has just shut people down. We know that's what Udoka wants to do as head coach of this team. The philosophy is to play defense. 101 to Boston, 102 to Dallas, 109 to Memphis, 109 to Brooklyn. And with all the missing parts, you know, it's interesting. I think you said it the other day in regards to Dylan Harper being a key piece missing from San Antonio. And then I heard that repeated the other night. I forget what I was watching or listening to, but somebody
Well, Daniel mentions it here. He says Wemby was quoted about how the Spurs not adjusting the best with the speed of the game, no true point guard. Maybe it was Wemby quote.
It may well have been. I know I heard it again, and I'm like, man, this Dylan Harper thing is probably real. He's not here again tonight against a team that's really good defensively. San Antonio had opportunity at the end of the Laker game the other night to either tie, get to overtime, or whatever, but they didn't play good enough defense against the Lakers. So I sort of question some things here about the Spurs at this point in time because of the injuries. I like Houston. The bettors do too, I guess. 2 up to 3.5 or 4. I would say shop it, get the best number you can get, but they'll both take it seriously. It's an in-state battle. In fact, you're probably going to get 4. I see 4.5 popping up now on the Houston side. So I like the Houston side. I wouldn't let it get too far out of hand, though, as far as number is concerned.
All right, Mavs and Grizzlies opened up -3. Looks like -4.5 or 4 for Memphis. Total open 228.5, up as high as 233. Looking at an injury report here, same guys, same 4 guys for Memphis. For Dallas, Lively, Kyrie, Exum out, AD doubtful. So Vino, both of these teams have looked pretty damn bad. The Mavs are, I feel like the Mavs are more pathetic. Man, they lost to the Pelicans on a back-to-back at home. That's pathetic. There's no other way to put it. They are missing some key guys here. A little bit of rim protection, or not a little bit, a lot. AD and Lively. I don't really trust. It's hard to trust both of these teams, but I feel like I came and said that, Jason Kidd, he's being an idiot. You should start D'Angelo Russell. And D'Angelo Russell played good the game before off the bench. You start him, he does absolutely nothing. And it just reminds me of D'Lo in LA. So you never know what you're going to get. This team just has too many question marks, too much to figure out. For the Grizzlies, their coach is also an idiot. He's not letting John Morant and Jaren Jackson play together enough. And the offense that they're running is just, it sucks. Now, I do think it's interesting that Memphis is favored this big. I know somebody has to be the favorite, but it could have been a pick'em game. But to see them as 4.5, I think Memphis is closer to turning it around than Dallas. Like, Ja had all that stuff going on, right? And, spotlights on him. After the last loss, he comes and he had a pretty good interview as far as, he's taking accountability and saying what they need to do better, et cetera, et cetera. The team has come out and said they don't want to trade him. They want to build around him and JJ. At some point, Memphis is going to turn it around. Could absolutely be versus pathetic Dallas team. It's Memphis or nothing for me, Vino. How do you feel about it?
I think I'd play total. And I say that knowing that the last 3 games, Memphis's offense has been disjointed, and I'm pretty sure it's because Ja's been disgruntled. I thought one of the funniest things I saw in highlights the other night was Kevin Durant on the floor talking to Ja Morant's father, telling him, your son don't want to be here. Have a good time your last weekend in Memphis. Have some fun. As if he knew that a trade was going to be made, right? Listen, if you're Ja Morant, even if you want to get traded, you can't show frustration openly the way he has. You can't have your play get downgraded because you're angry. You got to just keep playing, and then eventually, if things come to a head, at least you still have value. Teams use other teams in the trade talk will use his attitude as leverage against Memphis. So I think at some point he has to be smart enough, or at least the people that he listens to have to be smart enough to tell him, just go out there and light it up again. Dallas's defense has been horrendous. But we did mention, Ski, earlier in the show and yesterday, Dallas is playing at a tremendously fast pace right now. You're going to get enough opportunity to score points in this game. And Memphis's defense, no good. 53% allowed, 48% allowed, 51%, 51, 48 from the field. They give it up. So I think the 233 or 232.5, whatever we're looking at right now, is probably a little too low. I may get to the window with over in this game. Betting market has hit it hard. 228.5 was the opener. And like I say, you're seeing as high as 233 right now. So there's somebody agrees with me.
I mean, I gotta ask these guys. Guys in the chat act like let's start here. Steven Young, Mavs money line. Ugly pick, but Memphis with Morant chemistry is broken. Remind me of Jimmy Butler last year with the Heat. Heat improved as soon as Butler left. I see happening with the Grizzlies. I mean, is the chemistry good in Dallas? Do they look good? I mean, are we only just looking at one side there? Brian says Dallas. Do you really want any part of Memphis? Do you want any part of Dallas? Like, same questions you guys are asking. You could look at the other side and ask the same thing. So I get what you're saying about the pace, and I see the total going up here, Ravino. My numbers show them. Or I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong game, but when I did look at this game, or here, I'll pull it up. Let's get the pace numbers. Oh, this is a reason to not take Memphis. It's the fourth game in 6 nights. It is the first of a back-to-back for the Mavericks, though. So pace-wise, number 3 and number 6. So that does bode well for an over.
Let me say real quick, Ski. If Ja does come to play tonight, could you see Cooper Flagg at point guarding this guy? I mean, D'Lo can't guard him. Nobody can guard him on that team. It'd be about impossible if he really wants to, play. I think I lean more total just simply because of what a lot of the chat is saying. Why would you want to play Memphis? And like you're saying, why would you want to play Dallas? I don't want to play either, but I think they'll score points.
Jay says, seemed like Ski feel better. I whatever I did this morning has helped me out a little bit, but not all the way there yet. Getting there. All right. Next game, Jazz and T-Wolves. Nah, I want nothing to do with this, Vino. So unless you like this game,
go through. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's go ahead and skip that one. Charlotte and Miami. This is a game that is more interesting to me. You have the Heat, first game home off of the road trip, right? I forget how many days it was, but it was at least 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4-game road trip, return home. Could be a flat spot for them. And it's the first of a back-to-back. Also, 4th game in 6 nights. For the Hornets, they have had 2 days off before this. A chance for them to get a little bit of in-season revenge. They do, however, have LaMelo questionable and Sexton probable. For the Heat, there will be no Bam, no Tyler Hero, and remember we were talking about to start that show, no Terry Rozier. Man, I think this is a terrible spot for the Heat. I mentioned all those things. Let me go back here. 4th and 6 nights. First game home after a 4-game road trip. First game of a back-to-back. Eric Spoelstra's house just got burned down. I don't think there's going to be too much focus on this game right here. The problem is the Hornets have been pathetic without LaMelo. I would hope you can get him in here, but this really just seems like a spot to fade the Heat. So I want to get there with the Hornets. I'm going to go ahead and write them on my list here, plus the 5. How do you feel about it? Can you talk me off? And then wait, before I pass it to you, S-Dot did not come in here and say take the Heat. So that's telling me a little something. He said just take the over. He didn't say take the Heat today. So that tells me a little something right there, S-Dot. Go ahead, Vino.
I need to see the injury report later, but my initial thought on this was, first of all, we talked about it the other day. I think Miami was in a back-to-back situation. Maybe it was against the Clippers, but their pace that has been number 1 in the NBA throughout the season really hasn't diminished at all, no matter what the game situation is. 4th and 6 nights, 3 and 4, back-to-back, it really hasn't mattered. They're still going to go really fast. What I don't like about Miami here, and what I like, Sexton and Ball now doubtful.
Yeah, that's not good. If you like the Hornets like I do.
My point was going to be, if we get LaMelo, I would like the Charlotte team total over, because with Bam, you lose defense. And Charlotte's going to push, Miami's going to push, but you don't like to see those 2 guards out of your lineup or doubtful here for Charlotte. So I'm going to reserve any comment on this game. Glad I didn't bet it already. Their team total was 117.5. We'll see where the line goes and where the total goes, if in fact those 2 guys don't play. So it makes a big difference not having LaMelo or Sexton here.
Yeah, you got to cap the capper, Mark. We hang out here enough. We know each other. We know when everybody feels strong or when they don't. We know. There goes that star. He knows too. I don't like that LaMelo downgraded. And I see the odd screen is bumping it up to 7.5 at a couple shops right there. I don't like the thought of the Hornets without LaMelo. They don't usually win. But this could be a situation where you don't need them to win. You just need them to stay respectable. And in a spot that is terrible for the Heat, I think that they might be able to do it. So 7.5 now. I put +5, so let me +7.5. Let's mark that down. Let me ask you, Vino, when he's officially ruled out, do you think it continues to go towards the Heat, or do you think it's been baked in enough?
The way they chase numbers in the NBA ski, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes even higher. Honestly, make it to 8, make it to 8.5. Come game time, yeah, I could see it. The NBA is a special breed in the way that they chase numbers off of injuries. We've seen it for 5-6 years now, so it might not be done. Now, obviously, the Bam injury is already figured in, so they're not going to worry about that one on the other side too much. I don't know. This is tough. But to your point, real quick, what I was going to say is it's the NBA. The less starters you have, the better chance you have of winning a game. So maybe Charlotte's the right side here.
Yeah, you know how this goes.
Guy. Yeah.
Knipple. Yeah. Knipple could be a good spot for him tonight.
Kid from Duke.
The kid from Duke, that's right. Could be a good look tonight. Maybe threes, maybe points, assists, he's saying too. I can't talk you off for playing on good old Knipple tonight. Bulls and Bucks. And my eye screen just keeps signing me out. I'm just gonna call it. Oh, here we go. We're reloading now. I'm gonna call it 4. Yeah, 4.5. The opener was 3.5. Total looks like 240.5 right now. You have DeSumo questionable, Collins out, Kobe White out for Milwaukee. You have KPJ and Tyrene Prince out. My initial thought here, Vino, without doing too much digging into this game, is how much. I mean, I know that the coach, I forget his name. Is it Billy Donovan for the Bulls?
Billy, yeah.
He came into the season really stressing defense. The Bulls have been playing some defense, and they've started off the season 6-1. Do I think that will continue the entire season? I'm not sure about that. I'm looking at the list of who they played. I mean, they have played some okay teams, but I just feel like, to quote my guy Dutch, I feel like it's levels to this. And Giannis and them Bucks is just on a different level to me. Like Giannis, there's nobody on the Chicago Bulls who can hold him tonight. He should be able to get everything that he wants. So lean towards the Bucks, maybe lean Giannis props. I feel like this game should be played at pace, another game like that, so over Bucks, Giannis, something like that for this game. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I like Buckski. And if you break down that Bulls schedule real quick here, 8 games played, 4, in all honesty, were played against bad basketball teams. Brooklyn, Washington, Utah. I know Philadelphia's got a winning record. Philadelphia's not a good basketball team. The other 4 teams that they played, they gave up 144 to Miami, gave up 123 to Orlando, gave up 122 to Minnesota without Anthony Edwards. They did give up 125 to Philly, and they've also played the Pelicans. I left that out. So there's a whole slew of bad basketball teams in that right now. And those numbers still aren't overly impressive. I mean, I guess they're an upgrade from the Bulls defense from last year, but they're not impressive. And I was high on Milwaukee coming into the season anyway. So I like Milwaukee in this spot. Games moved up to 4.5. I don't really fear that at this point in time. I think they can win this one by 6. I like the way you described it, or the way maybe you said Dutch described it, that there are levels to this. And I think what I just went through shows you that there are levels. When they play these fast tempo offenses that can score points, they give up points, and a couple of them aren't even really fast tempo. Minnesota's not overly fast, got to 122. Just better talent on the other side. And Chicago's really not showing us that they're a better defensive team. So I like Milwaukee. Their team total here is 121.5. Just to appease you, Capper, I'll say Milwaukee, probably team total over 121.5.
All right, good stuff there. Let's keep going down the list. Thunder and Kings. Oh, we almost made it, Vino. I haven't died yet. Thunder and Kings. Over minus 8.5. Looks like 11.5. Total open 227. And it's gone up as high as 234.5. Injuries. Oh, man. Injuries. So you have Lou Dort, questionable. Topic, Wiggins, Kenrick Williams, J-Dub, all out. For the Kings, Sabonis, questionable, Murray out. I forgot what happened to Sabonis, but he did miss the last game. Was it a rib injury? I think it was. Well, I think they'd be a little cautious with something like that. Maybe here, let me click on it, see if they tell me. Rib injury. Yeah, I would think, you'd be a little bit more caution with an injury like that. My initial thought was, OKC starting to get a little bit healthier. They have the wing guys to defend here versus, that's what Sacramento has. But now you got Lou Dort questionable, Wiggins out. If you get Lou Dort in, I still could feel okay about it. I guess it's just a slight lean towards OKC. Nothing really here. Anything for you?
Yeah, they're off a loss to Portland the other night, 121-19. It was their first loss of the year. They didn't look happy about it. They were minus a whole bunch of guys in that game that night, and they still came close to winning that game against Portland, who, to tell you the truth, Ski, I kind of rate power rating-wise as better than Sacramento at this point in time. Sacramento's all offense, no defense. The defensive disparity here is crazy. You're going to probably have Alex Caruso in the lineup tonight. He's been in and out. Chet will be in the lineup tonight, which is helpful, especially when you have Chet and Hartenstein against a team without Sabonis. They should win the rebounding battle by 15 plus tonight in this game. I think OKC wins. It probably gets to be a little bit high scoring just because Sacramento can score, but they'll just give up a ton of points here in my estimation. But the defensive disparity between the two is unquestionable, and it's probably significant enough to take a look at the OKC side. I'm not in the habit of laying 11.5 on the road, so I won't do it. But if I had to do it, I might give it a slight shot. I think I'm way more in line with playing this game over the total, or maybe even a look at OKC's team total over against this particular defense, which just is not good. And like I said, the middle is what I'm looking at. Drew Eubanks, I guess, is the next tallest guy on this team. It's crazy. OKC should have their way. And the way they penetrate the lane, too. I could see OKC putting up a bushel tonight.
I'm trying to see what their team total is here, but Kings opponents 6-2 to their team total over. Thunder 6-3 to their team total over so far this season. Team total looks like 123 or 123.5, depending where you're looking. I'm just gonna glance at something here. We pull up both of these schedules for the Kings. They didn't give it up to the Warriors in their last game, but the Warriors were missing everybody. They still gave up 116. 3 games before that, gave up 130 to the Nuggets, 133 to the Bucks, 126 to the Bulls. Why can't OKC get 124 right here? OKC off of a loss versus the Blazers. That was a back-to-back situation, so they only scored 119 there. I'm not going to fault them too much for that. Before that, 126, 137, 127. Seems like OKC team total here. I'm going to go ahead and put that on my list. Team total 123.5. All right, last NBA game here, and I'm dying. So I'm going to pass it to you first, and I'll come back and clean up here, Robino.
All righty. Warriors Nuggets. Nuggets laid 10, total 228. Movement on this game, obviously, way towards Denver. Thing opened up low, all the way, like we say, up to 10 right now. I'm going to go ahead and go through the injuries while Ski looks to get better for a second here. On the Golden State side, Jimmy Butler questionable. Steph is out. Draymond probable. Al Horford questionable. Anthony Melton out in that game. Denver side, looks like pretty healthy team. Najee is even probable here. So Denver at full strength, Golden State at certainly less than full strength with Steph out again and a couple of questionables in there. Denver's ski, to me, has played exactly the same way all season long. Very high scoring, could care less on defense, but it's Golden State. I feel like when it's Golden State, maybe Denver cares a little bit more. I don't think I want to lay 10 with them, though. And that's even without Steph, that's a lot of points to lay with a team that hasn't proven to be real good defensively yet here. I don't have a firm grip on this one, but my initial thinking would be maybe Golden State plus 10 to sneak under the number here is kind of worth it. I feared the Denver offense, which is why I probably wouldn't play it, but I don't know that I could lay 10 with the Nuggets here in this situation. Just to coin your phrase, if you can't get stops, I can't lay 10.
Yeah, sometimes I agree. I did bet them though, -9.5 versus the Heat last game, and they covered. And I'm thinking about a lot of these games, they're just simply just outscoring everybody. Like the other team just can't keep up. And the Warriors team tonight, minus Steph, probably Jimmy and etc., they probably won't be able to keep up. So Denver or nothing for me. Jay says, Skeet immune system like the Nets defense. I haven't been sick in a long time, but when I get sick,
no resistance.
Bad. Pretty bad. That's the NBA, man. We did talk some NFL yesterday. I don't know how much more we want to talk today, but here, how about this, Vino? I'm gonna this is gonna be real brief, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The Buccaneers versus the Patriots. I'm gonna go through this list and I'm gonna name a few games, and you can pick which one.
Skip that one because we agreed on that one yesterday. We both like Tampa.
Okay. So looking at the rest of this list here, we talked about Baltimore and Minnesota yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yep.
I've had a little bit of a change of heart.
Oh, okay.
And my thing is, well, I like that the Ravens defense has gotten healthier. They've been playing better in recent weeks. Obviously Lamar back is going to make them better offensively, and they desperately need to win, right? The problem with this is they could win this game and not cover. So when I'm thinking like that, I mean, Minnesota, they need some wins too, right? You have Flores on that side, and what does Flores do? What is he known for, Vino? He's going to blitz the shit out of you.
Yes,
That's Lamar's weakness. Lamar is terrible versus the blitz. So how can I go put my money on him when all I do is shit on him for how he plays versus the blitz? I can't do it. So that makes me think Minnesota at 4 at home, a 4.5 at one shop there. That's starting to seem more appealing to me than the Baltimore side. So what do you think about that part?
I would agree with that part. Minnesota at home is always dangerous. And like I said yesterday, Baltimore's allowed less points, but the total yards scared me last week. They gave up a lot of yardage, even though they didn't give up points. So my initial reaction, I think my still reaction to this game is I would like over. The bettors bet it over for sure, from 46 to 49, I think. But I think this game could get to 51, honestly, 31-20 in some form of capacity, or even a closer game than that, 27-24 would put you over. I just can't. I have ultimate faith in Baltimore's offense. Even if Brian Flores does blitz, there's going to be a couple instances where Lamar runs right through the blitz. Hopefully Minnesota's not in man, because if they are in man, he'll gain big yardage. So to me, it's just an overplay, Ski. But if I was to pick a side, you get over a field goal with the home team that needs to win as well. I'd probably look that way.
All right. Yeah, that's how I'm thinking there, man. The more I thought about it, I had to look the other way. Another one here, I don't think we talked about this one yesterday at all. The Giants and the Bears. The Bears are just not a team I trust laying points. Like, I get that the Giants offense is kind of depleted a little bit, but Giants defensive line will give Caleb hell and probably force him to turn the ball over. And if they do that, I'll be the guy, I was not high on Jackson Dart coming into the season. I saw him shit the bed a couple times in college, and that was my reasoning. But he showed me he can be a good quarterback in the NFL, and he's looked like it even minus some of his options. So when I put those two together, I would prefer Giants plus 4.5. Any thoughts from you?
Yeah, I would just, you look at the last 4 Giant games, Ski, and that pass rush is all they have defensively. There's nothing beyond the pass rush. And their last 4 games show it. The game totals have hit 51, 65, 58, and 58. The Bears are going to score a little bit here too. And I totally agree with what you said. I would have said it myself if you hadn't. That Jackson Dart, despite the loss of Neighbors, despite the loss of Scatterbo, still finds receivers open, still finds a way to score them points. They haven't scored less than 20 in their last 4 games. And how about the defenses? Philly, Denver, Philly. And San Francisco is banged up. So you should score on a banged up defense. But the Bears aren't that good on defense. So to me, 46 seemed like a very low number. You have to worry about weather this time of year. I'll just look up Chicago's weather for this Sunday game real quick here so we can see if it's going to be a problem. This will help me out. And
in the chat, they're saying, Nunez is saying everyone likes the over in this game, but the weather report is 50% rain and 22-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, by the time game time comes, according to what I'm staring at now, there's no rain, but the wind is there, 25-mile-an-hour winds in Chicago, which means, I'm just going to, for a chat, and this is only me. This doesn't have to be everybody. For me, I always use 20-mile-per-hour winds as a gauge for NFL quarterbacks who there's some that can throw it through a 25-mile-an-hour wind, but generally 20 for arm strength purposes, where it starts to affect the throws, especially if you're going to throw. But what it affects even more, Ski, is special teams. Like when you go to punt into the wind, your 50-yard punt becomes a 30-yard punt and sets the other team up with field position. So it can work in your favor. It can work against you as well. But there shouldn't be any rain. The wind might be a little bit of a factor one way or the other. I still think it's under the key number of 47 with both of these offenses. I'd have to play over that total.
I disagree. Winds are important. We just saw a windy game yesterday. I mean, it was an ugly game, right? Couldn't kick, I don't want to be expecting points when it's hella wind like that. I would be looking more towards under. I would want to look more into, is the wind going to be only there for the beginning of the game? Is it going to be throughout the entire game? Because that can play a part too. But a 25-mile-per-hour wind game, I'm sorry. You're going to be on your own if you like that over.
Yeah, I'll stand on my own. That's okay. We don't always have to stand there. Where's KC? Tell her I'm standing up today. I'm standing up here for a short passing game for both sides and no defense on either side, and maybe some shorter punts. The Raiders and Broncos is probably a lesser example. Those two teams into win with those lousy offenses. These two teams have proven they can score points. So I would still stick by it until it gets to the key number of 47. And then, of course, as we always say in this industry, we're betting numbers mostly. And under 47 is always something that I look at if I think I have good enough offenses here.
All right, I think we did a pretty good job, and I am about worn out. I need to go relax a little bit, try to feel better. So about time to move it to best bets. Let me put this up there actually again. Weekend Warrior, right, Ravino? Every football play from me and Ravino here, if you like, includes 5%, and you get everything for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday Night Football. So, Vino, with that said, I know football has been treating you nicely. Is there anything else you would like to promote? And if you have a best bet, we'd love to hear it.
Let's go ahead with the best bet. Real quick here, Ski, because I'm going to check out and go do a little radio segment here. I'll go back to the beginning. We listed the reasons why, but even though they played twice in 3 days, I think Orlando's the right side here tonight. Just don't envision Boston chucking up all those threes and suddenly becoming a really good three-point shooting team. up until last game against Washington. They hadn't shot him well. I think that probably continues here. You talked about all the fundamentals. Go back to the beginning of the show. You can play it back and listen why. But I'm going to leave a best bet is Orlando -3. You can still get 3 in a bunch of places, so you don't have to lay 3.5.
All right, good stuff from Vino. For myself, I'll remind everybody I do have a 5% NFL prop up for the weekend. I've hit 7 out of 9 props in NFL so far this season. One I really, really love if you would like to be involved. Weekend Warrior is a good way to get involved with that. I cannot give you guys the best bet because if you know me, you know I don't give bets that I haven't actually got to the window with myself. So I've talked out a lot of things I like. I mentioned my short list. Today, I just have to leave you guys with that. So I'm going to go try to get myself better. Then I can come back next weekend and have my bets in order for you guys. So Vino, appreciate you taking the time to cap these games with me. Everybody in the chat, appreciate y'all tapping in too. Good cappers, good people. And we all just trying to help each other win. So best of luck this weekend. And we will see you guys on Monday.